actually call him Super Pluke, Hidan, and Mineral. So any standouts?
Effect on them and causing their relative lack of success so far in the OCS.
The only heroes you can definitely count on to always be on this, I did speak to him. I've been saying it wrong for a while, but I did finally get the inside info from the man himself. ZP was right. It is Hidan. Hidan. Yeah. I'm going to try to retrain myself. I've been calling him Hidan for months and months now.
99% sure it's named after the Naruto character. So vote hi yo in chat, guys. Let's hear it.
Why would I know that?
That is a good point. You've never watched any anime or any cartoons. You did not have a childhood.
All right. Regardless, but their supports are where you're going to get the most consistent play out of them. He's always been a top tier support. He can hit the sleep darts that he needs to save his team from getting wiped. Mineral plays a pretty good Symmetra when he gets onto it as well. So they've been the most consistent parts. But I guess we've been saying the same thing about Luminosity Loyal for a long time. Where are they going to figure out roles? When is that going to happen?
Yeah, and one player that has been consistent, but is in kind of an awkward spot, is actually our player to watch coming into this week, and it's going to be Spree. So he is someone that does have a little bit more of a finite pool of really Zarya, Pharah, and then he'll venture out a little bit outside of that, but he's the one that seems to kind of carry this team. And I don't know if he's going to be like a shot caller, but where he goes and if he succeeds, it seems like they find a little more success.
Well, you said the word inconsistent there for a moment, but I would actually argue quite the contrary. And I think Spree has been the most consistent person on this LG Loyal squad throughout the course of the tournament, especially when in Zarya, but also when they have found ways to pierce through. He's had some great showings on Pharah. Now, that part is probably a little bit more inconsistent, and yet overall, I think Spree's body of work, probably the thing that's been keeping LG in games relatively close, because the thing that's worth knowing about LG is that they have been able to take most maps or series to at least 4. They haven't suffered too many 3-0s, but and the games have been somewhat close in turn, but at the end, you take a look at their L's that they've piled up, they only have 1 win to their name.
It might be time to throw meta and compositions out the window and just put everyone on their best hero and just maybe run and hope to get big bangs going. I think the team is remarkably better when Spree is running the Zarya. I think he gets a lot of respect from everyone in this tournament that he is the top tier Zarya. You put him with Tracer, Icefall and the Tracer, hope to get those big bangs, those giant plays. As we've seen, they're very good at those set plays. I think you can still run your set plays on hybrid maps where you jump in and maybe you've got a Pharah going and everything like that. But when it all falls apart again, just go to your best heroes. Let Spree play Zarya, let Icefall play Tracer, then Ube can play Roadhog. I think he's also a great Roadhog. So maybe just kind of throw out these notions of we have to run dive here, we have to run dive there. The time for that is gone. You're 1-4. It's time to play your best heroes.
Yeah, so we're going to see what they have to bring, but let's take a look at Team Liquid. We talked about them a little bit earlier, but here is their roster coming in. We've got AZK, Shatter 2K, ID, Messer, Dehang, and Rafa. And man, if we're looking back at this, let's just take a look at the inconsistency. So week 1, they didn't have Shatter 2K. Week 2, they didn't have Rafa. How do the fact that all of them are together, how does that actually impact coming into week 3?
Well, let's be clear. Going to week 3, they don't have Grego's fabulous hair. I mean, I don't know what he puts into that, but it is clearly some of the best hair at Overwatch. He probably should be on Rise Nation. In all seriousness here, obviously, instability on a team hurts. It hurts pretty badly. You take a look at Complexity before they had settled things back in week 1. They didn't look very good. Then they did, of course, get new pickups in Decop and Bishu. They've done far better. For Team Liquid here, I think not having Rafa, who was in the shot-calling role in the Team Liquid games beforehand after he swapped to Lucio, not having him last week definitely hurt them. So now we'll see where they're at now with potentially better shot calling and also a very high-end DPS in Shatter 2K. Maybe that will put them over the edge to act as spoiler here to LG Loyal.
Maybe, and it has to be, because let's just look at this. This is team ranked 6 and team ranked 5. If you're 6 and you can't beat 5, who else can you beat? And also, if you're 5 and you lose to 6, now you're new 6. So this is like bottom of our rankings here. A lot on the line, despite how it might actually play out in the tournament. But as you said, probably fighting for jobs. And Liquid has to show that they're going to get better and better and better. Also, Luminosity Loyal, now that your organization picked up another team, you have to wonder how resources are going to be split like that. There has to be a question, at least in their mind.
Maybe. I mean, the other way of looking at it, I'm not sure how LG is handling this, but the smart way of handling it would be to look at how the Korean teams handle this here and go with the entire sister team setup, because now you can scrim the other team, you can try out new things, you can have them under one unified leadership going, look, we're going to be trying 5 DPS. Not that we think it's going to work, but we want to try it for a scrim set, and both teams, you better be on board with it regardless. So you have a little bit more power as an organization to test new strategies and really foster decent communication between both teams and trying to find a way to play the game better on both sides. Now, whether or not that works in an NA environment, we'll see. It's more untested in North America than it is in other regions like Korea.
Well, LG Loyal and LG Evil are a science experiment that we're going to have to watch brew as we're going to be continuing on in the Overwatch Carbon series. Which is honestly a little bit of a science experiment in and of itself. It's like, let's see how these teams operate over the course of this time. But let's take a look at the player to watch for Liquid, and it is going to be the leader, so to speak, or at the very least a shot caller for Team Liquid. It is going to be Rafa, and he's going to be trying to up the tempo coming back into week number 3. Any final thoughts on Rafa? What is he going to bring to this team that maybe they could find victory?
Well, for Rafa, you have to look at him and always think that there is a lot of untapped potential in what Rafa could be bringing to the team. Historically, he is one of the smartest FPS players to ever live. He won plenty of Quake championships off of his world-renowned intelligence. So you would think, in theory, that you have someone like him on shot calling, it could work out very well. This is a very talented player, period. He hasn't quite found the success he's been looking for in Overwatch so far, but you would think that shot calling would be up his alley. We just have to see the results of that, which thus far we have not seen.
Now he might have the pieces more to work with, though. I think the addition of Shatter is absolutely huge, as Genji has been so important for all these teams, and also his other players are playing better. AZK is playing better, so you can have the best shot calling in the world, and if you don't have the execution, it's not going to work out, and vice versa. You can be the best mechanically skilled player in the world, but if you're not playing with your team and the game sense and shot calling isn't there, it doesn't work out. So, same old story. Can Liquid put it all together? Can they all finally have good games together when it matters?
Yeah, and looking at them last week, the reasons that they lost, it seemed to me, and this is the believer in me, it seemed to me cohesion-based. They were out of position. They were misusing ultimates. Because when they were making really high mechanically skilled plays, Genji pulled out some serious blades there, Shatter 2K, and was able to pick up victory. Well, let's see if they can do that on map number 1. The home team is Liquid, and they have chosen King's Row for map number 1. Any reason why they would want to take LG Loyal to King's Row?
I suppose you could run Pharah here. You could run a variety of different things here. So I would say maybe they're Pharah, but also they've always had very solid 76 play. It's the guy with the icon of a Soldier 76 there, AZK, has been playing Soldier 76 on this map for a very long time. However, LG Loyal has looked good on this map too. So I think it's definitely more like we feel comfortable here. Not that LG Loyal is bad on this map.
And this is where I hope Team Liquid has a good plan for how to deal with LG Loyal's first point defense here, because that has been among the strongest that LG Loyal has shown throughout the course of the tournament. Of course, Icefelt being near unkillable in the back line at points. LG Loyal, of course, hasn't always kept up that level of performance, but very well could be something that Team Liquid's going to have to look for here. And I wouldn't really expect LG Loyal themselves to differ their first point defense from what we've seen earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, the only other X factor is Bastion. That's the only other change that we've seen. And Icefelt, actually, I think it was the second most Bastion-oriented player behind Mangachu last week. Do you think that Team Liquid thought about that coming into this, or is Bastion kind of a non-factor?
I mean, we're going to find out one way or another. Here we are, as we look for teams to lock in their rosters here. I think there's a whole lot of differing opinions in the scene right now as to where Bastion stands. Buff or no buff, of course, he is getting nerfed again from the looks of PTR. Jeff Kaplan commented that, saying it might be a little bit too strong. So we'll see where that heads out here. But take a look at this Team Liquid defense here, Hex. They did show Bastion for a brief moment, but ID immediately scrapping that idea, going to 76 instead.
Maybe a little more consistent also helps them run a more changeable roster and composition. When you run a Bastion, everyone has to be on page Bastion. So you're putting a lot of eggs in one basket. This way, everyone can run a little bit different. No one's forced into a role they don't want to run. And it looks like they're going to run mostly a very dive-oriented defense.
I was really hoping you were going to say eggs in one Bastion. That just would have been top tier.
Man.
But the opportunity has been lost. But look at this defense here. It is going to be more of a dive defense. There is no Reinhardt, so they have no way of dealing with poke coming in. They have no real way of dodging hooks. They just have to dive on the back line and look to take out LG Loyal before LG Loyal gets a chance to begin.
So we'll see where LG Loyal wants to set up here. Sometimes they're just going to go through a poke. A lot of teams will also rotate through right side and try to get in that way and take the high ground. It does seem like that is their plan. They will have people waiting up there for them, and they're going to evacuate the top side, give it up.
Ube right now, of course, looking for hooks. Doesn't have to worry about Shield getting in his way, but Liquid, they're not giving easy targets. They are fully spread out here. It's about as anti-death ball as you can get. Nube's just making this long walk here, eventually gonna run into someone, and he does have ID in his sights. Goes for the hook, does not connect. The rest of LG Loyal trying to come in through the front, but they lose two immediately as Rafa takes out two on Lucio of all people.
Well, we've heard Rafa is a very, very aggressive Lucio. I don't really even like Ube going for that hook. I think even had it connected, jump hooks don't work anymore. That's some 1.0 stuff, and we're firmly in 2.0 as Liquid with the full-on cleanup late as Shatter takes down the remainder after Lucio gets 2 kills early in that fight.
I mean, the clear thing there is that LG definitely looked a little bit mystified as they were moving in, looking for that engagement. They weren't able to get anything that they wanted, and Liquid just got them by surprise from the flank. So far, dive defense from Liquid looking pretty good to start things out, and they're letting LG Loyal come to them. And there they go. Next fight's underway. Rafa gets hooked down by Ube. A little bit too aggressive on Lucio, perhaps. And now, LG Loyal with a real opportunity. Ube makes it 3 kills. We'll see if Liquid can pull this back with Shatter going down immediately after drawing Dragon Blade. Probably not going to happen. And the question is, Hex, was Rafa out too far?
Very likely, that is his MO. Also, just some mistakes from both sides, as that is a nice staggered kill onto ID there. AZK ended up dying to his own pulse, but I'm not sure if he got knocked down or something those times, but some unforced errors is going to allow LG Loyal to take control of this point.
The thing that strikes me is that this might be Ube's game to win or lose right now, Hex, just based on the idea that he doesn't have a consistent shield presence in front of him, which means he's going to be getting more hook opportunities.
So it might not be the right composition to run against Ube, as he's proved it. They're still running 2 flankers, and Hook is a longer cooldown now, but still very effective at taking down Tracers and Genjis, especially at the highest level. Could be holding that hook to really shut down a Genji ultimate if they want to, as they try to roll in.
Ube immediately taking out AZK, but does pay for it with his life. So 5v5 going into this next fight. Icefeld just hanging in the back, does have Tac Visor. Probably doesn't want to force it, would want Edan to back him up here with an ambush, but no. Tac Visor going to come out as Team Liquid tries to dive in, but it's ID with a Nano Visor of his own, counter-firing back in. And with Icefeld going down, Liquid in a pretty good chance of holding back Loyal here.
Really nice combination there to throw in the Winston on the Primal Rage, get him that 1,000 health. The moment I saw Mezzer jumping in, I was very worried, but he was able to keep himself alive. And then it causes so much chaos, knocking around shields and then getting all the value. Here comes the Sound Barrier.
That was a very on-point Sound Barrier from Rafa, able to save ID, and yet it doesn't matter because the ball from Loyal is still on there. They take out 4 anyways, so in theory it was an on-point Sound Barrier, but Loyal immediately there with the follow-through, going to make this a clean sweep. So I respect the timing, but it still wasn't enough. And the only reason why the Sound Barrier had to be used like that, Hex, is that it was the Sleep Dart which set up the hook.
Yeah, I completely agree. What I want to see more from, though, right now is AZK. He's on Tracer. They're running triple tank. You should essentially be able to farm this for Pulse Bomb after Pulse Bomb. He had 1 and got himself down, and he's been killed the last couple times early, so he hasn't had a second yet.
Spree right now looking for a Graviton to put Loyal on the right track here. Moving into the back end, drop the grab, pulls in 2. It's a modest Graviton, and we'll see if the fall through is there. Loyal going in even harder, dropping the Sound Barrier, moving into Team Liquid, and they do take down Mezzer and Shatter after a little bit of a dicey beginning. So 2 unanswered kills here by LG Loyal, and Hex, they should be able to get this here, especially now with ID going down.
Well, some stall out there from Rafa, but you are correct, sir. They will be able to get it. This triple tank has seemingly mystified Team Liquid ever since the very first fight. I don't know if this is the right composition to be running against it, but yeah, AZK will finally switch. He is not at his best Tracer game, rather. Sometimes you have to get warmed up, but he's going to go on to a Roadhog instead.
Well, Ube has been too damaging on a Hog of his own here. I feel like Liquid is looking at that going, look, he's doing too much. AZK, can you Hog as well? Now going to the next fight, you do have Dragon Blade up, and here comes Shatter. Moving in over the top, diving in gracefully, looking for that backline kill. No! Gets a Helix rocket in his face instead. Shatter getting absolutely nothing. ID trying to pull back with a Nano Visor, and yet his team is dead all around him, and suddenly he's getting whole hogged into the corner. Rough placement here for ID. Still alive, but hook, Sleep Dart, good night to him, and suddenly LG Loyal on the verge of saying a particularly fast time here.
They're flying. Icefeld's looking for this closeout ultimate. It might be the flank that he's looking for. No need for him to be out there now as his tanks are getting free push, but he's got Tactical Visor. Here comes on the flank.
Nano Visor on the way. Oh, it's a sleep! The Sleep Dart coming out here from Dahang, going to put an end to that immediately, and yet will it be enough? It's still 3 kills here from LG Loyal. Who needed that ultimate combo anyways, as Team Liquid just not able to convert the kills they need here on the point. They have a little bit of delay coming out here from ID, but is literally ID versus everyone here, and make it solve for a little while, but not that long. Mezzer trying to bring it back onto that point, and Hex, this is looking very bad here for Team Liquid.
Well, they've got a lot of bodies out here, though, so if they can get a couple kills, they should be able to bring it back. Spree fully charged, trying to get some damage going. He's going to grab, and that is 5 kills, and no one able to dash out to stall out that cart.
Certainly rough there, especially that last fight where you open up by sleeping the enemy soldier who has 2 ultimates invested into it, and you're not able to get it done. Now, I would say the biggest difference between this Team Liquid of today and the Team Liquid we saw from last week is that that was a very quiet game from AZK.
And Shatter. I don't think either of them did much, which, again, this is the Liquid conundrum. You know who had good games there? To hang, always not surprising. Rafa showed up pretty big. Mez didn't make any mistakes, and when you're running solo tank, that's as much as you can ask. And ID played well. But then they have 2 pieces who didn't quite live up to snuff.
Right, and the Rafa thing I think was a mixed bag there. I do think he gets a little bit too aggressive on Lucio. Like, he clearly was not giving Ube a whole lot of respect in the very beginning. It's not that often that you see a Lucio as the first hook pick-off in competitive games. I mean, it does happen, but for Rafa to go down there, I think sometimes he just gets a little bit over-aggro still, which takes a while to get used to. I mean, he has just swapped up roles.
I just expected more out of AZK's pulse bombs. I think maybe I'm focusing on it because early on I think he did end up dying to his own. But with 3 tanks out there, especially a Roadhog, you should be having bombs up more often. He didn't get a single pulse bomb kill that game, period.
It was a tough beginning, and there's no other way of putting it here. And now for Team Liquid, it does put more pressure on them. Not only, Hex, do they need to complete the map, but if they want a chance of winning it outright without it going to a tiebreaker, they need to complete the map with a time of at least 1 minute and 1 second remaining. Or no, they have to remain with any time remaining on the clock, period. But if they don't get the time remaining on the clock, if it's 0-0 and they complete, then they don't get another opportunity to try and flip it back over.
Glad you know the rules, because I clearly do not. Well, ID for the moment on the offensive Widowmaker. Maybe they need something like that, but oftentimes you see Widow just try to take a shot here and then maybe switch off. I thought he had a good 76. Nothing really out of line on the defense either, as they're running the exact same composition they ran on offense. Sorry, switch that. Offense versus defense.
And for LG Loyal, of course, they're going to be running Icefelt in the back on 76, and why wouldn't they? This has been one of the compositions that LG Loyal has been consistent on that has been good for holding first. But I will note, Hex, that they're holding first relatively more aggressively than we've seen in the past, right up here at the gate, making Liquid pay for any pressure they want put in. But Liquid with a heavy dive offense, they can really punish them.
Yeah, they are, but so far not jumping in just yet, as they're just fighting right outside the gate. A lot of chip damage coming down, but you'd think with composition-wise, Loyal should be able to sustain that a little bit better, just much bigger health pools. A jump in comes from Mezzer, though, pressuring down Icefall. He's getting so much heals.
He's getting a lot in the way of heals, but it is Liquid with the advantage here. AZK in the back line, causing disruption from the LG Loyal side. Both teams down 2 players right now, but this is always difficult for a defense on King's Run. Here comes AZK. It's a pulse, or nano-boosted Tracer. Pulse bomb on the Ube takes him out immediately, and for now, this is going to be all Liquid needs to clear the point. AZK with a much better opening here on offense than he had on defense.
Which is why I was willing to call it a warm-up round. It just happens to be that way with these high aim-intensive characters. Sometimes you didn't get warm-up that you needed to get in. Bots in the practice range are no substitute for real life, but as you mentioned, a much better opening for AZK.
And now for Team Liquid, this is a good opportunity where they will have a little bit more momentum going in. Shatter didn't quite have the most impressive Dragon Blades in the last round, Hex, but this is a chance potentially for him to get a little bit of redemption as well.
Absolutely. He got shut down a couple times with the Dragon Blade, but probably just going to take it slow. Again, I love when teams are doing this. If they're going to give it to you, take it for free. Here it comes.
Well, Shatter moving in right after the engage from Mezar. Going to be rolling right into a Sound Barrier, though, so doesn't get anything done with this Dragon Blade. Instead, just eats Icefelt's Tac Visor instead. So they draw up the Sound Barrier with the Dragon Blade at the very least. It's not the worst, but the odds of them bringing this fight back pretty low. Luckily for them, they are right near their spot.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if LG Loyal wants to be right near their spawn, although they haven't been the most aggressive when it comes to spawn camping. Not in the realm of Renegades and Hammers, at least.
Well, there's definitely multiple tiers of spiciness in Overwatch for spawn camping. There's Standard, which is not at all. Then you have Hammers, and then you have Selfless, which is just like the 3 chili peppers by the side immediately in your face.
Yeah, you know where I stand on that. I had Pad Thai with 0 spice and still struggled.
Well, the Graviton does come in from LG Loyal, and they're holding this pretty far up still, and it works out. They take down both Rafa and Mez immediately, and they're going to be keeping Team Liquid back, stopping them from really getting any traction here in seconds thus far.
Absolutely. This has been very good on the defense. If we had the scoreboard, it'd probably be something like 12-2 over the last couple of fights. Have lost very little when they're engaging on defense. They also will have an Earth Shatter up. One of the benefits of running triple tanks is you generally have 2 CC ultimates, 2 of the best ultimates in the game.
Well, for Liquid, they have to find a way of just getting through this early part uncontested. AZK, nowhere close to a pulse bomb, but is going to be coming in from the flank to try and draw attention to the back. The big punching power here is going to come from ID, holding on to the tack visor, waiting for it. And LG Loyal, I think they noticed that something's up. They're actually giving a lot of room here, the Team Liquid, and Team Liquid doesn't know how to react.
Oh, AZK gets found on the flank. The Earth Shatter came down. ID in just desperate response, trying to get this tack visor going. He's getting healed up finally after Post being naded, gets 3 kills, brought it back.
LG Loyal went in very hard after getting that early pick off on AZK. The problem is that Team Liquid did not back down. They went back in even harder, and because there was nowhere to hide behind Super Fluke there because he was already in, ID was able to pick off 3 with the tack visor, so it worked out pretty well for Team Liquid, even if somewhat unplanned in execution.
Speaking of nowhere to hide, Liquid now has a shield to hide behind in Mez. He is built up very close to an Earth Shatter, could be closing down this next point as they come in for it. Taking the right angle, there will be one more fight on second point.
Nezar, of course, holding on to that Earth Shatter right now, looking for his opportunity. Gonna get it, Earth Shatter, knocking down 3. That was unfortunate for LG Loyal. They had way too many people on the open, not behind the shield, and Mezar punishes them for it dearly, as Liquid now on the verge of setting a potentially equally fast time that LG Loyal did. In fact, if they were to do it on this first run here, Hex, it would be faster.
Absolutely. AZK with his pulse bomb ready now for this next push. He's looking for someone in the back line, just trying to keep eyes on them. Most of the players on Liquid have straight up had better games here. They are going to have to push into a tactical visor, which will likely get the boost if they crack this shield. Shield wars will be commencing.
Well, this is where AZK is being a little bit sneaky here, looking for his opportunity to come in from the back and just pick off one person, or even just apply pressure to the Reinhardt. How this pulse bomb goes down immediately will be interesting, but Loyal, they're taking the initiative. They move in, Spree gets picked off by that early pulse bomb, and suddenly here comes Team Liquid. 5v5 right now on the cart. 4v4. It's a scrappy fest here, but ID coming in, has the nano visor, moving on to the payload and looking for targets, and everyone else from LG Loyal just running for cover.
Well, he does get pinned out there, so not the best area so far in this map for soldiers to be using their tactical visor. We saw on the other side too, Iceball gets shut down as well. It kind of devolving now into a scrappy brawl. Mez is getting back on the cart. Rafa with a kill onto Ube.
Well, here comes the graviton from LG Loyal, picks up 3. The sound barrier going to mitigate a lot of the damage there, as we see Mezar going in even deeper and finds Super Fluke off that charge. So Liquid off the sound barrier from Rafa, now reversing the tide of battle in their favor. 4 kills, 5 kills to 0 off the sound barrier, and Team Liquid in a great position here to cap out King's Row here and pretty much make it even.
Look much better on this side of the ball than the other side. Mineral comes in, takes down Mezar. That means no shields down, no bodies on the carts. Spree looked to be very close, but not quite on there. That's unfortunate.
You know, they changed their name from Luminosity to LG Loyal, not Luminosity to Cloud9. just so we're clear.
Never misses a chance to call out previous foibles from different teams.
It was so iconic when it happened in Apex. That's going to take a little while for that to go away, but
it's also happened to Liquid recently. What was that, last Tuesday on Eichenwald?
It's interesting. It feels like it's happening with more frequency across the scene, where for whatever reason, teams get so wrapped up in how they're going to initiate another team that sometimes you just forget about the point. Not really an excusable mistake in professional Overwatch, and yet it does happen.
I've typed many a times into the Overwatch chat that I swear I was on the point, guys, and I wasn't. I know I wasn't. Regardless, that was very good for Liquid, and the difference there, in my opinion, it's not really deep diving. They got better play out of AZK. Shatter still, I think, has room for improvement there. Getting Mez back onto the Reinhardt, I always think is a good idea, but I think just individually, AZK played a lot better.
He did, and one thing that I thought was also very telling, both in, really on both rounds to some extent, even though it didn't work out as well on their defense, I think Rafa has had very good sound barriers here thus far.
Yeah, that's that game sense that we praise him for coming into play, and that's really, you only notice a Lucio oftentimes when they misuse a sound barrier, but he's been doing such a good job of keeping his team alive that he's definitely getting the props to. An interesting rotation here as they come up through top right. They've got him kind of spread out. This dive offense is operating on many different planes.
And for Liquid, they're going to have to find a way through sooner rather than later. Of course, Ube still on the defensive hog, but Team Liquid right now is attacking from multiple angles. You see AZK in the backline, Shatter in the front, and now Mezar coming up the gut. So 3 members of Team Liquid in, and they're just going to commit here in just a moment. And we go to LG Loyal. They're getting poked down very heavily, but Shatter finds the wrong end of Ube's hook. And now Loyal might have the tools they need to push back Team Liquid.
He wanted to get in the moment the first hook came out, but he just didn't account for it to be back up, and Ube hits another huge hook. If it wasn't over before, it is now. AZK gonna die as well to Hedan there.
And just lessons there for anyone who's learning the new Roadhog hook 3.0 or whatever you might want to call it. Ube, step, shoot. Did not shoot immediately after hooking the Ana, but that is how you take down someone like the Hang immediately after a hook.
Yeah, Ana with that small bent over hitbox. She can be pretty frustrating, but that's exactly how you do deal with her. As a Roadhog, make sure that you don't have to chase her down afterwards, because likely, if you don't kill her on that first shot, she's going to nade you, sleep you, etc.
Well, Team Liquid here, under a minute left to go here, the take first. The Hang does have Nano Boost up and ready, and that's probably going to be going on the ID here, who is in great position for a Nano Visor. So ID right now just waiting for the go signal. It's going to be AZK and Shatter into the backline, and here comes ID. The Nano Visor on the way, immediately takes down Hedan, and that's going to remove the healing from LG Loyal. Spree trying to bring it back here with 2 kills, but it's going to be very difficult now that you've lost that source of healing. A Shatter slicing and dicing into that backline, picks up 3.
And they needed Shatter to step in there and do that too, as that 3K comes to fruition. Super Fluke was trying to cut down ID there. They will get this point now with 15 seconds remaining.
All right, and for Team Liquid here, this is the more undefined area of their attack, where they're going to be in overtime in a moment, but we've seen teams bring the payload from here to the very end. So it's not impossible, but they're going to have to be perfect, and they're going to have to deal with a wave of ultimates coming their way from LG Loyal's Icefall coming in off the flank.
But they know it. That's why they switched to the D.Va. You talk about shot calling. They had the answer to this right away, but still Icefall gets to the backline, takes down the Hang, takes down another.
Oh, they took that another. The ground talk coming out here from LG Loyal. Spree out for blood, out to Vicious right now. But now this is a bit of delay here from the offense. Usually this comes from the defense, but the question is, can Shatter just stay in the payload for a little bit longer? Can they get anyone else out there? And the answer is no. LG Loyal, the ultimate advantage, just too strong there in the end. They're able to stop things right after first, but for Team Liquid now, this opens up the possibility of victory if they can just have a first point hold. But holding for 2.5 minutes on Kings Row, definitely easier said than done. My question to you here, Hex, is that they ran dive defense to begin with. Do you run dive defense again, given how much work that Ube did on Roadhog the first time around?
That's a great question. I think they do, because I think they're used to it. But if I were running Liquid, I'd put Mez on the Reinhardt. I think he's just superior on the Reinhardt. I think you can still run the other things that they were running. Yeah, that's exactly what we see coming down unless Mezar switches. I do just want to call out again, the only reason you see Shatter switch to the D.Va is because they know that a 76 ult is coming in. And it was at 99%. So that's the kind of game sense and knowledge that we talk about with Liquid's potential. Shatter never really plays D.Va otherwise. It was the only reason, just unfortunately, Icefall with a great flank able to come around onto them and find what he was looking for. But Mez, yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. They're going to put him on Reinhardt, but the rest of this defense remains unchanged.
And I do like the switch up here, the putting Mez on Ryan. This is at least going to make Ube have to work a little bit harder to find early pickoffs, and perhaps give a little bit more breathing room to the supports in the back as AZK and Shatter look for the ability to flank the offense as they come in.
Well, ID actually is also on a Zarya too, so much heavier composition, a lot more meat on the ground to try to keep this defense intact here. If they can stop them before first point, you see the box on the ground, you know what the victory conditions are. But that's a very aggressive dive in. Look for the hook right away. They do hook. No cleanup. Gets naded instead.
Ube not able to finish his plate there. Goes down immediately. And this is opening for Team Liquid here to really reverse things out. Shatter and AZK still in great health to move around. But with Mezar dying off the counter charge, this is hardly clean here for Team Liquid. You see the DPS trying to bring it back. And it's very even here, Hex. But Hedan just a little bit far out. Let's ID finish him out. And Team Liquid will hold off this very first push. But they still have 2 minutes to go here, Hex. Well, and the pressure is not going to stop.
Up until that point where Hedan died, they had a much better advantage trade-wise. That hook was enormous. Shatter comes in and reflects the Helix onto Ube.
That was an incredible reflection coming in there from Shatter, saving his teammate after the hook, something that is more doable here. Now the hook doesn't pull you in quite as close. So Shatter being almost support Genji there in just a moment, and this is going to buy Team Liquid a lot of time here, Hex.
As a Genji who has Zarya saved your life many times, you'd love to be able to return the favor like that.
Well, AZK right now looking to come in over the top as Shatter dives into that backline. That was way too over-aggressive. He went in alone, eats the Helix Rocket, and dies as a result. AZK trying to equalize it out. Takes down Mineral with the Pulse as Team Liquid right now holding back, making LG Loyal come to them. And Shatter should be able to get back in, but now he's on the 76. Next team fight is underway. Loyal all in on this fight.
They throw everything down in there. Was that a boostio I saw out of the corner of my eye? AZK trying to get into the backline, trying to get something going, but this Graviton will spell the end of Liquid's chances to hold on first point. Now desperation time, as that is all they have to get to. That box right there on the ground. Garage is slow, not that slow.
And yet Liquid can still pull this back because they do have Graviton going to the next fight, and that is not a very swift Garage. That is actually something that should have been upgraded a long time ago if you were doing the building design here for Kings Row. So it's going to come down to one final fight. Team Liquid moving in. It's off the Graviton of ID, where they win or lose, and ID wastes no time. Graviton comes in, 4 people into that Graviton here, but they get nothing. Good day, sir. Super Blue drops the Earth Shatter in retaliation. Sets up 3 kills here from LG Loyal. And Team Liquid, they can't back out here, Hex. They have to stay in, and yet they just don't have the firepower. They're fighting upstream right now, and very likely this is going to be LG Loyal's map.
Desperation time as Shatter will jump down onto the cart, but desperation not paying off. That is going to be LG Loyal, formerly known as Luminosity Gaming, taking first map.
Well, technically, the LG stands for Luminosity Gaming, so if you extend it out, it's Luminosity Gaming Loyal. So really, we just add Loyal at the end. We just don't say the Luminosity part quite.
Yeah, it's like Coke and Classic Coke.
Why not? But you take a look here, and Team Liquid, I kind of feel like they had a little bit more time there. I feel like they rushed that final defense. The payload wasn't quite there yet. If they just waited maybe a little bit longer. Because after that Graviton, they didn't have flow through there.
Right. That was the problem. They were trying to get to the high ground, trying to get a little too cute around it, so I completely agree with you there.
Well, I just want to say that LG, so much more efficient. I think that I'm saving syllables upon syllables by just saying that. Now the question is, am I going to actually successfully say that? That's a big question. But we had a lot of questions coming into this one. LG Loyal, they didn't even pick this map. Team Liquid, this was their map coming in. What went wrong for Liquid?
A multitude of things went wrong. I think early on, they simply hadn't warmed up. That's what it looked like. And then, as you mentioned there towards the end, they rushed that fight. That was a fight that they had to win. Although I don't know if it's going to be great after that. But I think they expected a little higher level play early on. Then they got it on the second half, and it was too late.
Well, what went wrong for Liquid quite clearly was defense. Their offense was fine. They finished out Kings Row with plenty of time. They even got the first point a second time. The problem is that on their defense, they ran something that left them incredibly vulnerable to Roadhog hooks. Ube devoured them alive, and then AZK had a very weak opening on offense, or on defense rather. So you put all those factors together, it meant that their defense was probably of a lower caliber than they were expecting coming into this game.
Yeah, they definitely looked a little bit messy. The positioning on a lot of these fights, like even at the very end there, Rafa coming in with a very late sound barrier after a couple people had already fallen. There were a couple of other disjunct fights. And actually, one thing that I'd like to point out as well, they had a few times when Winston Messer would dive in, and it just didn't seem to work out. So what are your thoughts on Messer, first of all? Reinhardt or Winston? Where does he feel the best?
Reinhardt, go ahead.
Right.
Hex has basically said the answer. I will note that I think as Winston has had pretty good moments. I think, though, it's very easy for an offensive Winston or defensive Winston to look bad because when you leap in, you are depending on two things. You're depending on your support to be there right with you and keeping you alive, but you're also depending on your offense to go in at the same time. If the call is made, go in, and Mezar trusts Rafa and goes in, but for whatever reason, AZK hasn't communicated and says that he's ready to go, instead of worrying about 3 threats in your face at one time, you just have a scientist going there, I've made a mistake. So it does depend.
Yeah. I think you're giving up so much playmaking potential taking him off of the Reinhardt because that's always been, in my opinion, his strength is his special mix of being consistent, not letting his team die by just trying to get aggressive with shields. But then when the moment comes, he usually follows through on those moments and has those big plays.
Yeah, he's on the top of my list, towards the top anyway, for specifically that shield and Earth Shatter battle. He definitely holds his team in that regard. Well, and especially with Ube going off on Roadhog, he actually played really well, and he's been somebody we'd have a lot of questions about. I did learn one other thing before we go into our next map, which is Temple of Anubis, that I learned from this game, and that is, it's very disappointing for me to bring this back up, but Apparently, Hex, you lie about being on the cart in voice comms during your games.
It just seems I could have sworn I was there, but maybe I blinked,
despicable.
maybe I rewound a little bit. But yeah, I always say like I was there, guys, and then I quit. I leave voice chat immediately.
But you have to say is that we were on the phone with the experts from CSI Overwatch, and on Zoom Enhanced, you were not on the payload.
That's not how it works.
So I'm sorry.
Anyway, well, Temple of Anubis is the next map. Getting back to this matchup, the first map of the day going to Loyal. They're coming into Temple of Anubis, and they've looked pretty strong on Temple of Anubis, but once again, this is actually Team Liquid's choice. What are we expecting coming out of this map?
Well, it's Team Liquid's choice because they've won 2 maps in this entire tournament, Temple of Anubis being one of them. So I guess you go there instead of Hanamura. It also does lend itself a little more to slow pushing, so I wouldn't be surprised to see more Mezzer on the Rhine rather than the wide open areas of Hanamura last.
That's pretty much covers it here. I mean, going in, I think LG has done also okay on assault maps overall. So overall, this is clearly where Liquid has been able to extend a lot of series out to 4 maps. We'll see if it works out for them coming into Anubis. I do think that Liquid in general came out a little bit cold on round 1 in King's Row, came out much stronger after. So it might be a different Liquid team going into this because, again, if you discount round 1 on King's Row just a moment ago, it actually wasn't that bad of a showing from them.
Yeah, no, I really want to see Shatter and AZK doing what they even did last week in the midst of a lot of losses and start to get their wind underneath them because they did not look nearly as strong in that last game as they did last week. And maybe they're still feeling the growing pains of a team that's been changing a lot. They just got a new coach. And so let's see if they can solidify anything large enough to translate into a victory as we are coming into game number 2 here on Temple of Anubis.
Well, it is Temple of Anubis, and of course, we did see some teams experiment pretty heavily with Bastion here back last week, right after the patch. Doesn't look like we're seeing that again this time, though, Hex.
No, not quite yet. Liquid not going to be running the Bash, and I think a lot of it is because it is such an all-in strategy, and also knowing what LG Loyal likes to run, it's not great against Bastion. On this map, they'll run a Widow and a Pharah together, so you're knocking down shields early on, and you have to run a D.Va on defense in front of the Bastion. There's just too much that has to go right for Liquid to run a Bastion defense.
One thing that strikes out to me when I look at this LG offense here, of course, Hedan will be going to the Ana in all likelihood, in May, but the rest of it is that they are running a very heavy dive comp, but I would say is that given that Team Liquid didn't necessarily deal with Ube's Roadhog all that well, I understand why you run a Genji here, the dive, but why not come back in and run with a Roadhog here instead, just because it seemed to be so effective the first time around?
I would tend to agree with you. I also want to point out that Super Pluke is living every tank's dream as he's going to be running the Widowmaker. He has run it before in previous times. They're also going to combo up and put Spree and Hadan together, so a tankless composition coming out for this offense AP.
You don't see tankless openings all that often. That's because you are made out of tissue paper if you do. This is either going to go very, very well for LG Loyal or go very, very badly. There's not a whole lot of in between, but Super Pluke right now is looking for the pickoff, and he gets it! Gets to hang early on. What a great pickoff here by Pluke, and that might be all LG Loyal needs. 3 unanswered kills. They should be able to get the point off this first push.
Now, Pluke does give his life for it as AZK eventually hunts him down. The tragic part about that shot was I think it came just as the defense matrix expired there onto Dahang. Losing Dahang early in a fight is never a good sign for Team Liquid. They are going to come back out and just stall as much, but this point is all but over.
Anytime you lose an Ana early on to a Widowmaker shot like that, it's pretty much done. Now, taking a look at LG Loyal, they're looking to keep the momentum going forward. This is a little bit risky because they're not even all together as they go in, but if they get an early pickoff, it might be all they need. Certainly, Team Liquid is not really set up here yet as well. Both teams looking for the Teleport first pick, and the Pulse Bomb hits Dahang again. Dahang going down early in a second fight in a row, but with Ube going down, Rafa keeping the hope alive that Team Liquid can't pull this back. But this would be a very quick strike, Hex, if this is successful for LG Loyal.
Well, LG Loyal choosing to fight right away and fight in the chaos, saying that we're going to be better at the chaos than you are, and it has been all of them in the kill feed so far. 4 for this side of LG Loyal as they continue to try to close out this map.
This is incredibly fast right now, and a Spree laying down the rocket tail to put that in. Ice felt in over the top, and suddenly now if you're Liquid, you're in trouble. But AZK, the Pulse Bomb comes in, takes down 2, and Team Liquid trying to fight this back, but the point is almost captured. Liquid, they cannot get off for even a nanosecond now, where it's going the other way. But it's AZK with another 2 kills, getting the Tracer cleanup necessary to throw LG Loyal off of this point.
AZK putting the team on his back there, getting all the kills they need. Most importantly, killing Mercy as she tried to come in towards the end. She was only at 85%, but a couple of pulse pistols could have brought everyone back to life. They do give up on the Mercy. I think Mercy can be good at closing out assault maps, but Hadan would prefer to be on the Ana instead. Hedan, I'm trying so hard.
One day, Ube though coming into the backline, Dragon Blade up, looking for Dahang. Dahang, is he gonna fall again? Misses the sleep dart. 3-1 in favor of LG Loyal. Dahang already out of the fight. Shadow, of course, still up and in this. Gonna try and look for a way to bring this back. Nowhere close to a Dragon Blade though.
2
But
kills.
he picks up 2 regardless. So with that contribution from Shadow, it's probably bought enough time for Team Liquid to get back onto this point.
Well, Mineral gets 2 of his own right there, surprisingly, as the Lucio comes in DPS style, but Liquid does answer immediately, taking down ID. Or actually, ID taking down Mineral and Ube. That should be all she wrote. AZK looking for some last bit of cleanup, but everyone had retreated off of the point. Liquid has all stabilized right now. They're going to have some ults to work with, although they gave up 2 ticks, so every fight going to be that much more intense.
Stabilizing is almost underselling it here with 3 ultimates in their bank right now. It's going to be very difficult for LG Loyal to come in and actually take this cleanly in the way that assault maps do demand. And AZK moving around. Icefelt though with the Pulse Bomb takes down one early on. Ube at the Dragon Blade. 2 kills here. Liquid now under duress to bring this back, and they're not able to bring it back. The Sound Barrier was a little bit late from Rafa this time around, and now it's up to Shatter versus the world right now with D.Va. See if he can bring it back, but Hex, they still might do it.
They still get a couple right there, not quite clean enough. Ube is going to get these dash resets. We've seen Genji's take over last points time and again because of that mechanic. Mezzer now back out here. The Bionade on everyone, no healing. They are getting a couple kills though. Assault map so difficult to finish out. Ube doing his best, but is it going to be enough?
Shatter being a delicious candy right now because he has been a lifesaver coming back in and able to hold on to this point not once, but twice. So he's been keeping Liquid in this when otherwise they would have fallen much earlier in this particular situation. But Liquid, or Loyal, still applying the pressure, but there's the Earth Shatter from Mez. Gonna take down Ube immediately, set up Super Pluke for death as well. So that should be the end of this LG Loyal push.
It's time for LG Loyal to back out and decide what they want to do next. This push is over. However, some things that of note to be able to work with in the next push, they will have Graviton up from Spree. He's been a catalyst to their fights, and then they can choose whichever DPS they want to throw into that.
All right, going to the next fight, probably going to be the best window here for LG Loyal. They have 3 minutes left, but they will have a Dragon Blade up. They just need to avoid the self-destruct here from ID. Of course, self-destruct can be a big spoiler. If it even gets 1, that oftentimes can be the end of your push. Shatter, moving to the backline, gets Hedan immediately. And even though the Dragon Blade from Ube takes down 2, it's probably too little too late.
It took down both supports, so maybe, as everyone else will have known, but they need to finish this out now. Again, only 1 tick needed, so if they win a fight close enough or quick enough, they should be able to do it, but does not look like it. Mez and AZK combined for a couple more. Silver lining, though, ZP. They didn't have to burn Grav. They will have Earth Shatter. Icefell still has Pulse Bomb, so yes, it's a lost fight, but not the worst.
No, not at all. But here's the thing is that you look at Team Liquid, they will have 3 ults up for the next fight, 2.5 minutes left. And this is going to have to be a very clean big bang coming out between Spree and Icefelt on that Grav Pulse Bomb combo, because if not, if they lose 2 or 3, again, even though it's 1 tick, it's still unlikely that they end up grabbing this here. Spree moving in, looking for the Graviton. He's looking for the highest value possible and only picks up 1. It's Mezar stuck in there. I'm not even sure the Pulse Bomb went in right after. No, it went for it to hang in the backline step, but what's going on? Shatter picks up 2, gets Hedan early on, makes it 3. He's been unchained in the back, and Spree quickly finding himself without a whole lot of teammates to back him up here.
Well, he is demeching him. Icefelt and Ube still alive in this point, though, so flankers with a lot of kill potential still trying to run wild. They're trying to burn him down with the beam. Ube does take down Rafa again, but it's just not been decisive enough. Ube now at low health. He's going to just wait for sweet death. Mezzer happy to oblige.
That was a foolish Dragon Blade from Ube. Full stop, not smart, because now you have a minute and a half left. You threw that Dragon Blade into a losing fight, and now you're unlikely to have the Dragon Blade up for a final fight. It's not impossible with 90 seconds, but it's not super likely either.
Highlight Rafa there too, another great sound barrier, kept Mezzer alive long enough to get an Earth Shatter down, allowed them to get a couple kills off the ultimates that they needed.
Well, AZK looking for the pulse bomb in the back line. Ana in his sights. Doesn't throw out the pulse bomb. Didn't like what he saw, which means that Hedan lives at least a little bit longer, but does finally fall here. 5v5 on the point. Shatter gets onto Mineral. Both supports here for the side of LG Loyal are gone. And Hex, we're down to the final minute here.
They should get out now if they don't think they can do it. And they've been losing enough players that you just get out, you reset. Icefeld, Spree, and Ube will all have their ults again. There is time for one final push. Both Ana's been very quiet this game. I think that's got to just be target priority. They are getting hunted down without mercy.
There's a pun to be made there that there's no
I heard it at the end. I didn't try to do it.
Either way, though, this is going to be the final attempt here for LG Loyal. Not a whole lot going in their favor, but they will have a Nano Blade at the very least. So Ube, with the potential to put this in or the top here for LG Loyal. He's holding on to that Dragon Blade. He's going to be boosted here in just a moment, but the Pulse Bomb already comes out. 4 people are dead before the Blade even comes out of its sheath. And Ube going to take the trip to the ground just by good measure. Liquid fully prepared for that fight, and they vanquish LG Loyal in style. 5 seconds left remaining, Hex. That's going to be it.
That will be it. No one will be able to get back here on time, I don't believe. Nope, that is it. As we have a 1-point push for LG Loyal, unable to close out Temple of Anubis. Although not all that surprising, we've seen a lot of draws on assault maps lately.
We haven't seen a lot of draws, but I will note just the fierceness of that initiation coming up from Team Liquid. Maybe that was Rafa's shot calling. It's hard to say, but whatever it was, they caught LG Loyal off guard because, like I said, the Blade was just coming out of its sheath and Ube's entire team was dead behind him. That's because Shatter and AZK went in about a 2-second difference earlier, and that was enough to win that fight cleanly for Team Liquid. LG Loyal never had a shot.
I think it's especially smart when you only have to win that one last fight. No use being reactive, no use trying to save an economy or anything like that. So throw everything you have at it. If you can get the jump on the pushing team, and you're going to be able to lock them down like Liquid did there. So that is the stage for Anubis. 1 point for LG Loyal. Team Liquid now win potential if they can just finish out second.
I can't tell if the color matching is bad on that pyramid or just a very solar efficient pyramid, because either way, I just feel like maybe Egypt hasn't had the funds to keep that pyramid in proper repair over the years. That was just like, just throw something steel on top of it. Why not?
Well, they don't quite have the labor force that they did when they were being built, so maintenance probably a bit of an issue there. What do you see here from the defense? Anything out of the ordinary there, ZP?
I'll take a look at the defense here. Not really. They are keeping the option open of diving a little bit with Spree. But other than that, it's a more standard defense where Hedan and Mineral are going to be well protected behind Fluke. And Icefeld is going to be drawing a lot of fire as the primary DPS. Of course, Ube, the X Factor, sneaking around as Roadhog. Going to be looking to take someone out like AZK early on and hurt the offense before it can even begin.
ID not always known as the sniper, but on this team he is the sniper for him, and he's had some good openings on this map in particular as the Widowmaker, so he'll be something to watch. It's definitely going to get Spree out of position too, but speaking of out of position, they have to be very careful of Ube, who punished them on King's Row.
Ube's had a great Roadhog, full stop.
Yep.
ID, though, coming in over the top, looking for early Widowmaker picks. Of course, for LG Loyal was Pluke. This time it's ID, and ID not taking anywhere near as sharp of an angle, so he's not getting the opportunities that we saw early on. But the rest of Liquid, they're diving right in. No mercy here whatsoever as they try and push in aggressively, but Loyal actually able to push him back, so both teams relatively healthy to start this out.
Yeah, I do like the sightline they forced him in. Icefall goes down very early. Now that's ID's not going to have to worry about it.
What a great bio nade going to the back line to Hang, tagging 4 people with that. There's no healing, and the dive immediately there, the fall that through. AZK and Shatter feasting off all those purple life bars.
To Hang's revenge indeed, as he was brutalized the other side of this map, targeted down very early, gave up his life first, I think 3 fights in a row. So to Hang with a little redemption. And Ana will not get the glory in the kill feed, but everyone very squishy because of that. Now, AZK has Pulse Bomb. To Hang almost with his up. ID with the insta-switch to Reaper is something that Liquid is known for running on this side of the map.
I do like the swap off to Reaper here. Last time we saw ID on it, I thought it went pretty well for them. And we'll see if it goes well this time. Of course, we'll see. AZK holding on to that Pulse Bomb, going to be looking for the early pickup. If you can get Hedan early on, that'd be huge, although definitely hard to do as an offensive tracer here.
Well, Hidan is going to be the one with the ultimate up for them. It's the only one up. Maybe put it on Spree, cause all sorts of chaos. Still waiting for the right angle. A hook does come in, does not get anyone.
So we see here, Liquid is just holding on. They won the go with the Nano Blade. They built it up, and here comes Shatter. Into the back line. Nano boost on him. Hasn't picked up anything yet. Does finally get in the mineral, but it's too even here to be in the offense's favor. ID, gonna have to go for the health pack here. And Liquid, they're not giving up on this yet, but there's gonna be Pluke. Drops the hammer, sets up another kill, and though Liquid is still in this, trading out 1-for-1, respawns are gonna be coming in soon, and it's just not going to be effective.
I think when it went 4v4 and they'd already popped Primal Rage, you likely stay in just hoping you can get another ult out of it and not popping any of your own. And that's what you saw. You saw them have to burn an Earth Shatter to make sure that they won that fight. So not the worst, but I think when you lose 2, you already know it's mostly over unless a miracle happens. But give yourself a chance for that miracle. Liquid did burn most of what they had. They're going in. That is going to be Rafa, who's going to have a sound barrier up momentarily. ID is still working his way towards the Death Blossom. Everything else a little further away. Gonna have to fight this rather vanilla. Cut off right away is Mez. Gets a bubble to save him momentarily, but not long.
Unfortunately, Mez is way too cut off from his team because of that ice wall. And ID still a force here on the point, but with Ube winning versus ATK, and ID just getting slowed down there. Not super like good Liquid's way, but Shatter picks up 2. Unfortunately, he is now cosplaying as a popsicle, and it's interesting how ID has actually been able to pull us back a bit here, Hex, getting 2 towards the very end. So here comes the sound bear from Rafa. Liquid, they set the opportunity. ID, backline, goes in for the Death Blossom. Is he gonna get Hidan? He does! Picks off Hidan at the very end, does not get slept. And suddenly, Liquid making lemonade out of lemons here. What was kind of an awkward early attack. They almost have a tick off this.
Yeah, despite Shatter getting shattered. Sorry, had to. They're going to go into the back line. AZK picks up his opponent right there, and they are getting more kills. Liquid looking to close this out. Still only 1 tick, though, as it's highly contested. Another great hook.
AZK being the difference maker here in the end. The nano boost enabled him. The hook at the end, starting to finish things out. Ice felt under pressure, has to back out. Not getting any stall here is Tracer, as the stall is coming in from the other side, but suddenly Team Liquid in a dominating advantage. They have a full 6 back here on the point, Hex, and things are going from bad to worse. The Blizzard comes out, not a whole lot to go with it. Finally, though, Shatter does fall down. Spree trying to bring this back here for LG, and the Blizzard might have done its work.
Well, we've seen Blizzard on this map be nigh unbeatable, just not being able to kill Mei early on, allowing her to get out there, and yet again, Shatter frozen and icicle domed right there. Luminosity, or LG Loyal rather, holds on 1 tick off the clock for Team Liquid.
So for Liquid, at least they don't come away entirely empty-handed, but to begin with, it was kind of lucky they got to that place as a beginning anyways. It was ID fighting a way through at the very end to sort of create that opening, but now they have to make another opening here, Hex, which is easier said than done. But they do have a little bit of an ult advantage.
They have a huge ult advantage. There's no one up for LG to have something. They're going to back out here because they don't want to be under the nade. They do are able to escape the pulse bomb in the back, but it is time for them to go in. That pick should do it.
Ice Felt getting caught out. It was a beautiful hook there by AZK, and suddenly Team Liquid, big opportunity. Ground by Shower, gonna pull in 3. The ice ball failing to protect them as ID feasting on their corpses there. Comes in from the other side, takes down everyone in that Graviton, makes it 3 kills here. And now even though Icefeld is back, LG Loyal again on the back foot and on the verge of losing here in Anubis. This is going very poorly here for LG Loyal.
That was such a brilliant Graviton, knowing that the Mei had been an issue. When you Graviton them below the bridge like that, it allows your team to come up over top and drop down on them. And though we didn't see it, on the other side of that ice wall was Reaper feasting, AZK getting a kill. Beautiful positioning to put that Graviton there, making sure that Mei can't stop you.
So here's the real secret to that, is that ice wall was actually done by the game itself. It was censorship. We could not show that on the air. And here's the ice wall. Not like, oh no, the censors have failed. This is exactly what we didn't want you to see. This is what was behind the curtain the entire time. But a little bit of brutality there from ID. Does pick off the Mei at the very end as well. So the Reaper, again, proving relatively solid here for Team Liquid, and a big part of why they were able to take Anubis away from LG Loyal. However, let's not forget that LG Loyal was the tiniest of margins away from taking point B and then having like 6 minutes left over.
Before we get into the offense for LG Loyal, why is Reaper good on second? Why are they picking him up? Why is it working outside of censorable plays of the game?
close quarters combat. And when you're at the end there, you can hang out in those hallways. There's always small areas under the bridge. There was no open space to escape a Reaper there. He's also really good at killing people quickly, getting those respawners who are coming out. So even a Roadhog or someone, or even a Diva maybe trying to stall is very good at eliminating those heroes.
Reaper is good at snowballing an advantage when you know someone has to come around a corner to defend, A. B, he can go Wraith for him and come in and grab the health pack there at all times, which is pretty much tailor-made for him. So he can go in very deep on the point, back out, heal, come back in. And just in general, as Hex pointed out, it's very close quarters combat, so there's plenty of times for Reaper to really get high value in many situations. So it's a little bit surprising we don't see him as much from other teams on Anubis.
You used to see him hanging out over entrance on Archway. More during the Beyblade meta where you'd be able to drop down. But I think Reapers are getting smarter. And this also reminds me of like McCree getting smarter where you're not going to get 5-man alts anymore. Those days are over. So just play it a little more standard. I think teams are having more success with that.
We even asked this about like Bastion. Well, maybe teams just haven't unlocked it because they're still playing in this old mindset. And maybe now ID, they've really unlocked the new best way of playing Reaper, at least in these circumstances. Another hero that we don't see a ton is Mei. And we've talked about it a little bit before on the air because obviously there's a key blizzard that stopped a couple of nice walls. Why don't we see more Mei? What are the downsides of playing Mei on a point like that?
Really, as far as Mei goes, it's a little bit surprising that she's fallen out of favor to begin with on Temple Anubis because I still think she's quite good on there. I think part of it is that we're seeing teams dive more aggressively nowadays, so it's harder to get a high-value wall. You compare it to previous times where teams would run 2-2-2 or, of course, the heavy tank meta, and then you just roll in, you're really easy to split off with the wall. Now getting a good wall is more difficult, and if you don't get a good wall, Mei is definitely weaker than another hero you could put in her place under those circumstances. So I think it's that teams got better about playing around wall, A, and B, the compositions that you're running Mei against are less likely to be split off to begin with.
Yeah, I really liked. I think that's maybe why they put Spree on that, as far as someone who can maybe make those calls and is already dictating the ebb and flow of the team. Because if you miss a key wall, it could make or break a fight. And even though it's very hot on this Temple of Anubis, those ice walls actually did tend to be pretty good. They didn't melt too terribly quickly. And another theme throughout this game. Going back to the was able to successfully defend. I think AZK had a good job on Tracer defense, a couple of good pulse bombs there. But another thing, Mezzer had some great Earth Shatters. And talking about the difference, well, do we want to see him on Reinhardt? Do we want to see him on Winston? Well, that answered it for me. But what else do you think?
It was so close. It was so close. They were just unable to get the final closeout finishing. A lot of that is, yes, AZK played brilliant, but Tracer's just so good there. You even saw Icefell. You have 3 blinks. You have a rewind to get back. And there was the moments where that very last push was the biggest reason to me that Liquid was playing more aggressive. They weren't letting them set up really how they wanted to set up. So you weren't getting Giant Dragon Blade over the top. And there were a couple times where Ube straight up just made a mistake on his Dragon Blade.
Right, and the other thing too is that teams usually aren't running things, aside from perhaps a Roadhog, that can actually shut down a Tracer immediately on point B. McCree on offense, pretty rare to see there. So generally, the Tracer on defense in that situation doesn't have a whole lot of direct things that can really punish her heavily. So you will see her running around for quite a while. But if a Tracer is living that long, that also means she's getting more opportunities to pull off hero plays, which AZK certainly did in spades for Team Liquid on their defense.
Yeah, the Team Liquid definitely looked a lot stronger here in the second map. Maybe they're getting their stuff back together here, feeling a little bit more confident as they. They've been scrimming, but this is the first time since a lot of roster changes and team changes have happened that we've seen them. But I also want to say Shatter 2K started to come online there. In fact, he had some great Dragon Blade at the end of their first defense, and he was at least a contributing factor in defense. And then they switched him to Zarya, and I was feeling sad. I'm like, oh, why are you putting him on Zarya? And then he had that amazing grab at the end. And so we are going into Nepal next. It looked like you had a thought there.
Well, yeah, my big thought there is that in terms of initiation, and what was really important is that, again, who knows if it's shot calling or not, but I can't say enough for the final play on Liquid's defense where they basically took the football away from LG before they were able to kick it, because what happened is that they lost 4 people before Ube's blade even came out of its sheath, and that was a very well-timed go-in call that came in from Liquid. Who knows who made it, but if you go off what we know about how their team is structured, that very well could have been a difference in having Rafa there today when they didn't have Rafa there last week.
No, definitely looking a lot smoother on that one compared to even the first point. But yeah, if it is indeed Rafa, whoever's making that call, that was a good one because that was maybe the differentiating factor. Obviously, a whole bunch of plays and players contributed, but that's maybe that one point where you can say this was a major difference between victory and defeat for Team Liquid as they have tied it up going into Nepal. So Nepal, for everyone who's watching, was this time selected by Loyal, LG Loyal, because they lost that last one. Why do you think they want to go to Nepal versus the other points?
Well, you don't want to go to Oasis, because I mentioned that Liquid had only won 2 maps in the tournament so far. One of them was Anubis, so still, they've only won 2 maps, but throw that on there. The other one was Oasis. You don't want to fight Liquid in an air war, despite some inconsistencies of their combo sometimes. They're going to run it harder than anyone else, so not really that surprising that they're going to avoid Oasis. So, Nepal instead.
The interesting thing for me is that Team Liquid has been one of the most ardent proponents of running triple DPS in this tournament, running it a little under 50% of the time. And yet I still don't feel like they've had the most success with it relative to when they run other compositions here, because we're taking a look at it early on. It is looking like they're going to be running with Tracer, Genji, Pharah, and the Pharah supported by Mercy, so a lot in on ID here as DPS, and yet I still feel like Liquid has had way more success with the run more 2-2-2.
I agree. Adding in a second tank, I think, would be very smart for them, whether it's been ID or Shatter on the Zarya, though I want to see more of Shatter on things that are not Genji. He had a good graviton with Zarya, but I don't think it was the giant Zarya plays overall. I got caught out a couple times there. But when you run that second tank, it also makes things a lot easier for Mezzer. You wouldn't have to run the Winston. But regardless, they're going to run this triple DPS into triple tank.
And ID in the skies once more, taking sort of a more Mangachu-esque approach when we think about the great games he's had on the Shrine stage in the past. Looking for early Rocketeer, doesn't get it immediately, but doesn't have to set up Shatter for that kill on the Icefelt. So with Icefelt going down, ID doesn't have a whole lot of threat on him. The opposing Ana, sure, and Hedan, but if Hedan's hitting ID, he's not hitting anyone else's. ID feeling way more confident to just run into the backline here. Lots of rockets coming down, no immediate pickoffs, but there it is, does find Mineral early on, and Liquid will be able to take this.
The very early rockets actually forced out an amp it up from the opposing Lucio, so a lot of that healing down as the longer that fight dragged on. He was not going to be able to keep everyone alive and healthy, and Hedan, when he's working on trying to shut down ID, he's not doing healing, so that just worked out very well for them.
All right, and you see Team Liquid here coming back in. Post-bomb, the only thing online here, but they will have more up soon, as we see LG Loyal just looking for a way of getting in here. Not being super aggressive, the lose ice fell immediately as a result. Liquid, a better initiation early on, and yet Loyal now starting to bring this back a little bit. 4v4 in the point, but AZK and Shadow ready to go. Every DPS ult is up here for Liquid. Mirage comes in onto Reinhardt Erlan, not able to finish his plate though, so a little bit scrappy here between both teams, as a big effort here by Plouf to stay alive for as long as he did.
Yeah, this Pharah needs to be a little more effective, quicker, although it didn't punish him in that fight. They lost Icefeld and Hedan right away. Who's going to even mess with the Pharah at that point? So you have to get a little more. They did end up using some tank stuff to prevent it, but I expect a little bit quicker cleanup from ID in the future if that ideal situation for the Pharah Mercy combo presents itself again.
Well, for Liquid, they will have the Dragon Blade up for the next fight, and Shatter not fully healed up, and though I don't think this is going to stop him here. The opportunities end. You see Mezar moving up the Primal Rage, and actually Liquid just holding on here. Shatter doesn't want to go in without being healed up. That's what he's been waiting for. Soundbear comes down here from LG Loyal, so this is going to make Shatter wait a little bit longer. Finally has the waiting ended. Will the Dragon Blade come out? And no, he's just going to get hammered down instead. Bit of confusion there from Shadow, as he never quite had the opportunity there, Hex.
Well, they lost 2, I think, by the time he wanted to switch it back around to use the Dragon Blade. Spree had already gone on a killing spree, haha, and they will get a full team wipe here, 6 kills overall.
Still a really good position for Team Liquid to be in here, though. Even though they lost that fight, maybe it's for the better that they didn't even use Dragon Blade there. It would have been even better if they didn't use Nano Boost, because now they can just come back in. They only have to win 1 fight. Now, LG Loyal well-equipped for the next fight, but kind of like where Team Liquid is here. They just have to win 1 fight out of the next 6, and they're going to take this first round.
Well, in the pre-Ana days, there was also another support ultimate to use with Dragon Blade, which worked very well, and that was Sound Barrier. We'll see if he gets it. Nope! Bye, Shatter!
Shatter immediately getting dispatched, but there is one good part about that. He got taken down so as Icefeld picks up 5! All right. great. Why not? There's tack visors, and then there's tack visors.
I mean, some people will say, well, you didn't even really have to aim, but if that's the case, why doesn't everyone get 5s on their tack visor? Icefeld has had a very good 76.
One thing that's worth noting, though, is that Team Liquid might have just gone for the wipe there anyways. Like, I'm not sure how much they were fighting back in that case.
True.
They might have given him his own personal shooting gallery.
Shatter. It didn't even channel. Yeah.
That's what I was about to say, is Icefeld got that, is that he didn't have to use lose Dragon Blade, so he gets another opportunity at this. Not getting a whole lot from it, though. Dives in, puts it away. Nothing to be had, but it's a distraction that lets AZK come in and pick up 2. So Team Liquid still throwing LG Loyal back. AZK still unchecked, darting around the sides. Both DPS still in it. And LG Loyal here has to go for the panic sound barrier. The one-man sound barrier, as Mineral is just trying to buy desperate time for the rest of his team to maybe pull this back. But Liquid in a winning position right now.
I may be in the minority, but I've never been impressed with one-man bans. That, an extension of it. They had to desperately get on there. They were going to blink on there, but now he is off of it. Wick running down very quickly. Translocation going to come in as we see a Sombra just to get back on the point.
They do get back on the point. AZK, though, is already taken down 2, just murdering people, taking advantage of the fact where they have to throw their bodies onto the point. 5 unanswered kills here from Team Liquid, and this is going to be round number 1, the Shrine, going the way of Team Liquid. So pretty dominant overall.
Look very good for them, and I think they made this switch off of Pharah at the right time, which has been an issue for them in the past. It was getting some work done, but not the kind of value you want when you're running a combo with it, especially. When you're providing 2 resources and you're damage boosting rockets and you're not getting kills, it's time to switch off of it probably. But they're going to give it another go. I love Pharah on this map because you can get giant concussion blasts on the point if you can come out of nowhere. We'll see how long he wants to stay with it this time, though. There's no way he's staying on this Sombra.
I mean, if he does stay in the Sombra, there is some logic to it, but no, it's not going to happen. I was going to say maybe you go to hack the enemy Reinhardt, you make them lose the poke battle immediately, but that's very high risk in terms of actually pulling that off. And instead, they're just going to be playing this more traditionally. And something to watch here is ID. This is where Pharah can get a surprising amount of boop kills off that concussive blast early on. See if ID goes for it.
Should help him early in this poke war too. They are going to go for the concussion. Early got it!
He got it! Fluke goes for the long ride. That's exactly what ID was hoping for early on. 2 kills here from Team Liquid, and that's it. You lose your ride that early, that free, you are going to lose the point.
I was in the process of saying Pharah can help with that shield wars. Well, I guess Pharah just won the shield war by herself right there, knocking the Reinhardt into the eternal abyss. That's a really nice first take for Liquid.
Well, that is the threat that Pharah has on this particular stage. It's a double threat, not only rockets in a closed area, but also the ability to throw people off the ledge. And Fluke going down early again, not really leaving the rest of LG Loyal a lot to work with here, as they're going to have to back this up.
That is 2 immediate deaths for a Reinhardt. Not great when you're expecting shields and fights to revolve around shields, especially on this stage. They're going to hold pretty far forward here, front left, and they've got a spy as Rafa just going to skate up to the windows and peep through.
The rest of Team Liquid right now just holding pretty far up here, not trying to give a whole lot of room here to LG Loyal. See if this works out, but they do have the nano boosted Ryan moving in to initiate things here, and that's going to push LG Loyal back again. You cannot enter the room at that point, and Fluke's just been having a rough round here next.
Hard to put it all on him. He is the front line, of course, that everyone is going to be focusing on. But yes, that is 3 fights and 3 first deaths for Fluke.
Well, LG Loyal gonna have to try and find a way through. 50% already passing them by early on here as ID holding on to the barrage. This is where ID is just waiting to just barrage from the floor, perhaps, if they ignore him. He's going in over the top. Here comes the barrage, takes down 1. Immediately taken down, though, so perhaps a little bit over aggro. LG Loyal finally with the chances. Ube starting to crack this wide open.
Just a little bit slow, and I think overestimating the power of a Zarya bubble. Yeah, a bubble can help keep you alive, but it's not going to keep you alive.
He's dead! He's already dead, Ube, please!
Well, I think you just saw the visual representation of LG Loyal's frustration so far on this map.
How many crusty clowns do you think Ube has beaten up in his lifetime?
I understood that reference.
Oh, here comes the Graviton in from LG. LG looking to maintain their advantage. Graviton comes in. 2 people, or 1 person going down early on, so it's a bit of a trade, and AZK gonna come ahead a little bit here, as Liquid now, they've broken through the Graviton, and they have a real opportunity to bring this back, but Icefeld, Tack Visor, pulling ID out of the sky. Very even here. This is pretty aggro here from Rafa. He's looking for the boop on the Icefeld, and Icefeld does need to watch his flank. Goodbye, Icefeld.
by Icefeld. ID staying on this Pharah, hasn't had the most value out of it, but right now no real need to switch off of it, although I wouldn't mind a Reaper in this situation as he's played it so well and they're against triple tank.
Well, Liquid right now able to pull their way through, and that was interesting how telegraphed that was from Rafa. I saw that as like, he's going for a boop. And then, of course, the boop happens. I don't think Icefeld respected it the way he needed to, and LG now down to their final fight to try and retake Sanctum.
Well, going to hold pretty far up here. Earthshatter will be incoming. Pluke with a chance to redeem himself if he can hit his own giant Earthshatter. He's, as you mentioned, had a rough map. They're going to split up, rotate some to the right, some to the left. Here comes a Graph.
Graviton comes in, Shatter moving to the back line, trying to beat his own fall through to some extent, and they get 2 kills off the Graviton. LG Loyal not able to get back into the point, and Liquid looking much stronger here in control than we've seen them in quite some time.
Looking very good, and it's not just one piece either. It's not that ID's going off, but a nice boop early on. It's not that anyone is particularly having a great game. Is this the moment that Liquid is actually playing as a whole more so than we've seen them?
It's very possible. I do think that there's been an uptick in their shot calling quality for sure and how they've been handling things, and I think Shatter has definitely been a much better piece because the last time we saw Rafa Zaflui wasn't quite as good. Now Shatter working out much better, and I will say as a disclaimer to the last round, let me just say for the record that I am not psychic. I merely stole Biff's sportsbook.
Wow, we are really dating ourselves,
I
ZP.
know.
So, yeah, we're just going to move on from that as we go forward. There is a Sky Battle. Spree will be running the Pharah as well as ID, so we'll see what happens here, although ID is the one with a Mercy on him, so should have the advantage. But there goes that Mercy. Spree takes down Dahang.
2 kills early on here from Team Liquid. Spree trying to pull this back, but not really getting many targets. Instead, just eating the pulse pistols to the head. AZK pulling this right back, although Luke and Icefeld still making a go of it as well, but very even between both teams. It's going to come down to Tracer on Tracer action here. Or the top 1 HP for AZK, but he will finally fall. So with Icefeld winning that, LG Loyal perhaps in a slightly better position, and they are going to get first control at this point in all likelihood. Liquid, though, still trying to make a game of it.
Well, they wanted to, then Ube decided game over, man, and he gets 3 kills on his Genji, as that is a first take for Luminosity Gaming Loyal. Icefeld has his Pulse Bomb up, AZK does as well. Perhaps the next fight can be decided on a Tracer battle between who gets the better value.
LG Loyal looking to maintain their advantage right now, trying to make Liquid make some pretty risky engages. Mezar out pretty much by himself here. I don't know what was going on there, but he is able to get back to his Mercy, so he's going to live for now, and has instead worked out as a major distraction. Meanwhile, though, Icefeld able to get to the backline. It's already taken down 2. Ube, full HP. This is not looking great here for Team Liquid, although ID picking off 2. Maybe bring it back. The problem is that Ube and Icefeld have been unchecked this entire fight.
He takes down 2, but it's so late in that fight. Dahang's going to get dashed through. ID comes in, and I'd be surprised if he stays on this Pharah. That's usually a sign that I just want to ult, and then I'm going to switch. We have to switch something up. They've done nothing thus far. Never mind, ID thinks that his Pharah is going to be okay. 50% to 0% in favor of LG Loyal.
Well, now for Liquid, you got to think that they're committed to this team composition here. It would be weird to see both Dahang and ID swap with maybe 1 fight left. So
yeah,
they do have the Resurrection up for the next fight, though, so that might be why they're sticking with this. ID looking for the Pharah v Pharah battle, not getting any rockets here early on, but there's the Dragon Blade coming out from Ube. Ube trying to put a dagger in this early on and has 2 people going down immediately, but the Resurrection comes in, so Liquid trying to fight this back. Will they get anything off the res here? ID coming up dry here over the top. Meanwhile, Spree and Ube pick up another 2 kills. So res or no res, this is looking more the way of LG Loyal. Icefeld finally going down the ID, but probably too little too late. Oh! Moral victory.
Yeah, too little too late has been the entire key to this. They did flip it over in the ground war while all that was going on, but every time ID gets a kill or 2, it is already after the fight is essentially over. Now, maybe being able to stall it out now, as I said, they do have control of the point.
They were able, yeah, that was the one upside, is that they got control during that, and they are actually pulling it back, surprisingly enough, at least stalling out LG Loyal from getting back onto that point. So, pretty interesting fight in how that broke down.
My biggest problem with this Team Liquid composition is that the only answer to Spree's Pharah has been ID on the Pharah, which I don't think is ideal, even though he's going to have his composition. He's simply not getting kills fast enough, not even doing the damage onto Spree necessary to force him out of fight. Spree's going to come in over top, looks for Tracer, she blinks away.
Spree right now looking for anything. The barrage, while he still has the sound bearer. The sound bearer, of course, is faded. Going deep in on Dahang and dunks over Dahang. Rocket right to the head. Spree now still holding onto barrage, looking for his opportunity. Meanwhile, AZK getting taken down as prime by Ube, was on the flank, didn't get much from it. And LG Loyal looking pretty good position to retake this here, X. Liquid is going to be down to 1 fight left, if so.
I mean, the fact that Liquid has 70% on the point without ever decisively winning a fight says a lot. There is Dahang being hunted down yet again. Been a tough life for that Mercy.
I gotta say, kind of wish that conceivably can get back for the next fight.
You have to fear that pistol. Very strong indeed. But yeah, you're absolutely right. So they're going to have a ton of ults on the side of LG. Loyal, 4 to be exact, will only ID with his barrage available for Liquid. They try to dash through.
Ube moving in, Dragon Blade at the ready. Barrage coming in from ID, doesn't get quite as much as he's looking for. Meanwhile, Icefelt versus AZK in the bottom. Loyal in a great position right here. And with Spree taking down Dahang, this is all but over. AZK versus the world, going to fall here on the point. Ube getting dash reset after dash reset to finish things out.
And he knows it, and he's happy. I just don't think you can spend
too much here about Team Liquid, but what we can say is that certainly for LG, this is rough. This is incredibly rough for LG Loyal, because if they lose this game here, which they are one map away from doing, the odds of them catching Complexity later on in the standings actually looks quite grim indeed.
You need to finish the tournament ahead of 2 teams to get in the playoffs. And right now, they're barely ahead of Liquid and on the verge of being tied with Liquid at the very bottom.
Yeah, and with the head-to-head, they'd actually technically be behind them at the bottom. And at this point, we're also looking at who's going to be getting momentum going into these final few weeks, because the schedule, quite a few games left. This is going to be the halfway point for these teams, game number 5. And honestly, with the tumult that has been happening with Team Liquid's roster, if they can look good at all, I think that's a big plus for them. Another big momentous occasion for Team Liquid. I think this is the first time they've won the initial stairs fight on Sanctum. I'm gonna have to go. I seriously might go look back actually and see but they actually did it. And how did they do it?
Well, let me say this. It would have been very Liquid of them to lose the fight after dropping the Reinhardt into the pit to start things out. That would have been, if they were playing, there should have been achievement unlocked, just show up on the bottom. Lost fight after killing Reinhardt. But no, Liquid cleaned that up very well. It was a good opening coming in from ID. So, I mean, clearly, if you take out a Reinhardt for free early on, you're going to have to try pretty hard to lose that fight.
Yeah, and my question, because after that as well, Superblue kept dying early. How much of that was he was out of position? How much of that was Team Liquid noticed that we can prey on this? This actually is a key to winning these fights, and how much of it was coincidence?
Well, when your Reinhardt's dying early like that, I don't think it's ever one. Died 3 times there, probably 2 of them were purely his fault. The one where they got knocked into just coming into their very own spawn room, I think the healing wasn't there and he didn't get the support that he needed. But 2 of them were probably he's a little bit out of position. I don't know, even the concussion, that's hard to predict.
LG Loyal's initiations, I'm going to throw away the first fight there. I think the first fight, that happens. But you look at everything else, particularly in Sanctum, and particularly
mantle that they've taken upon themselves, such like keeping them in their spawn. I think Complexity might have other views on that. But breaking this apart a little bit more, we talked a lot about having three threats. Two or maybe two threats for a couple of these teams. How have the threats from these teams been panning out? Let's start with AZK. I mean, how has he been impactful in this series so far?
Aside from the very early defense on Kings Row, he's had a very big impact on the series. Again, I think you look at his progression, he definitely had a down few months. Now he's been keeping it up and being consistently good. I mean, there's no other way of really saying it. I think that if Kings Row defense had gone better for him, the series could already be over and we wouldn't even be talking about a map number 5 right now. So we'll have to see. But I think he's been a pretty dominant person for Team Liquid. And when they've been doing well, a lot of it has because he has had big hero plays.
He's doing a good job on the Tracer in a lot of different ways, not only as you mentioned on Kings Row. Also, his control tracer was very, very good, but also they're asking a lot out of him when they were in those Pharah v Pharah battles. It used to be Tracer could do a lot more against Pharah because she didn't quite have the airtime she used to. Now he's got to wait and hit that perfect tracking for a while or wait for her to come down, understand where that Pharah is, go find someone else, then come back. But they're running no other hit scan with it, and he was trying to put as much pressure on it as possible.
Yeah, I actually really like AZK and the changes that we've seen in him, and I think it's been enabled by the meta shift a little bit as well, because it used to be that he was the soldier that 1 DPS in the 3-1-2, or, you know, playing an off tank in the 4 tank meta. And, you know, while I was actually shouldn't even say this, he had mixed results on soldier by himself, but now that he can play these secondary carries, DPS players, heroes, it just looks a lot better. Not to mention that I feel like Shatter 2K has really rounded out that roster. But let's look across on the other side, as it looks like we're about ready to go into Hollywood. Looking at LG Loyal, excuse me. We've been doing pretty good with that today.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about Icefelt on the other side, as he's been the one playing Tracer for Luminosity.
I mean, for Icefelt, it's still for me is in the category of flip a coin. He's had good moments and then had moments where he has actually just been invisible. When you take a look at the control maps, there's definitely rounds of Team Liquid 1 where it was hard to tell that Icefelt was even in the game. Now, part of that could have to do with LG's initiation being spotty at best during that particular round, but it does feel like a consistent trend of inconsistency coming out here from Icefelt to some extent, and I feel like it's been that way for a very long time, Hex, for as long as we've seen him.
Which is odd because in this battle between AZK and Icefeld, it's rare that you'd say that AZK has been the more consistent of the two. Now, maybe his ceiling isn't as high, but I think it is. I think he can still play just as well. But, I mean, it's odd to say that AZK has been the more consistent of the two players because he hadn't been consistent for so long.
I think the thing about AZK, though, is that AZK is either he's playing really well, period, or playing not well, period. When Liquid wasn't doing as well, AZK wasn't showing up in any of the games, pretty much.
Yeah.
Whereas Icefelt actually has just more variance from map to map, round to round of the two players. So
yeah.
AZK has very clearly been doing very well throughout the course of the OCS, whereas LG, now LG Loyal, has been more hit or miss.
And I think that Icefeld's inconsistencies from like even fight to fight, but really definitely apparent from map to map within series, also translates over to Ube a little bit. He's been another one that's been a little bit inconsistent. When you look at the other side, when AZK and Shatter are a little bit more consistent in that they're either on a day or off a day, it definitely calls into question a little bit of what LG Loyal brings to the table.
I've been saying it since the beginning with Ube. Just play Roadhog. He's almost never had a bad game on Roadhog, and I think sometimes, as I've mentioned in the pregame, it's time to stop playing things that you think you want to fit into a composition or fit in that. His play on Roadhog throughout the tournament entirely has been his best hero.
In defense of the LG DPS here, at least a little bit, is when you have the scenario where you're saying, both Ube and Icefeld have situations where they're very hit or miss, that makes you wonder if there's more of a systemic issue there. Is it merely execution on the DPS part? Or is the entire team communication structure such that they do get discombobulated more often, where everyone's not going at the same time, which leads to more situations where Icefeld is getting focused down in 1v3 situations? It's hard to say. We don't have insight into how their comms work or what's going on behind the scenes, but I will note that sometimes the answer can be a little bit more complicated than just, well, this player is hit or miss. Sometimes you could argue that the team coordination for LG overall could be hit or miss.
Right.
And this is why they've been somewhat of an enigma, but they need to stop being an enigma and start being something solid as they're coming in to Hollywood tied at 2-2 against Team Liquid. Both of these teams in the OCS are up against the wall. Both of them need to find victory here for various reasons, and both of them are going to be doing their best to bring this payload home. Take it away, gents, on Hollywood.
Well, we are on sunny, ideal Hollywood. We'll be rolling through the Goldshire Studios, which I think is a World of Warcraft reference. Again, I don't even know why I tried.
Goldshire was the first town you would run into after Northshire Abbey if you're playing human on the WoW side of things. So yes, it is Goldshire, very iconic town in World of Warcraft.
You couldn't just let me have my vague reference?
No, I actually had to throw that out there entirely because I spent way too much time in that video game. It was a great video game, but listen, these are things I know. Rip Honda.
Oh, well, on the defense for Team Liquid, it seems like they want to run more tanks than they have, meaning 2 for the most part. Mezzer is going to be on Reinhardt. Shatter is going to play some Roadhog. I thought he had some decent Zarya games, but again, I think the big question for Shatter, I think it's a fair one, is how deep is his hero pool and how good is he at those heroes? What do you see there coming out from the attacking side, ZP?
Coming out here from the attack of LG Loyal. It's going to be focusing a lot on having Ube do his thing, but this time for Team Liquid, they're running the Reinhardt on defense. They're running Shatter on the Roadhog, interestingly enough. So Ube's going to have to worry about both the shield and the opposing Roadhog, so it's not going to be quite as free.
We've seen a mix of this odd aggression early on. Of course, I'm referring to ID being out here on the defensive side of things, and he's getting so much free damage into Hang able to take down Mineral, and now they have to worry about attacking from all angles.
ID's gambit pays off. Of course, he could have been jumped on in a huge uneven number situation, but no one looks at ID, and ID more than willing to turn into a shooting gallery. And with the early first picks, it's just the rest of Team Liquid taking it out relatively easily, but the Soldier was definitely the problem there, and now ID probably got to be a little bit more reasonable and not be far out because he would get dove on if he stayed out there for a second.
Well, he took some damage early on, but it was Dahang who had actually kept him very healthy. That sightlines working really well together as they will fall back a little more and more. Standard ID going to try to rotate his way up to Cafe. Icefeld will likely be rotating his way to the high ground too. This is a battle you've seen on Hollywood since it was released.
Icefeld in over the top right now. Great position here for 76. Trying to win that 76 battle and does with the aid of Hedan. It's going to be ID going down immediately, and nothing's on Icefeld here, and this is a recipe for danger here for the Team Liquid side. Team Liquid, they're trading out evenly, but if they don't get on the Icefeld, they're almost certainly going to be losing this fight. 200 health, nothing on him whatsoever. And the offense of LG Loyal looking like they might be able to transition this into first, as here comes Nano Boost on the Icefeld, just laying down the suppressing fire.
Well, a couple of nice kills there as the Nano Boost comes in towards the end. 1 tick already off the board, and it's very likely that Liquid will not even come and fight this back, and especially after they lose AZK. But AZK was able to trade. He took down Hedan. But yeah, Liquid going to back up and give up first point here.
The problem there came down to the idea that ID was stuck in a one-on-one against Icefeld. Icefeld was certainly getting more active support there from Hedan.
Yeah.
And then once ID went down, there was no one there to challenge Icefeld. So a little bit of a blind spot in the Team Liquid defense. We'll see if they can restabilize here in the Streets phase, but LG with a chance here to really put themselves over the top.
Well, it was 1v2, and I only say that because it's how good Hedan is to keep his Soldier 76 alive and then also get the killing blow on Visor comes in very late. That's 2 ultimates burned out on that, hitting mostly shield.
That was very unfortunate execution coming out there for ID, but overall on the Liquid side, they were spread out to start that fight. They threw 2 ults after nothing, after they lost their tank, and now they're just getting cleaned up effortlessly here by LG Loyal. Liquid looked lost on that defense. It was just everything about their positioning was wrong.
I could not have said it better myself. Everything going wrong there for Liquid, having to burn ults towards the end. They're going to be pushing into a superior ultimate economy now as they do rotate out. Finally, they can't give up second point for free when they've got this much time. They're already giving up a lot of ground.
Well, here's for Liquid. Their chance is going to be the sound barrier. Rafa going to blow it immediately. Only hits 3 people. Not the highest value sound barrier, to say the least. Again, Liquid all on the same page here, but off the flank, they do get Hedan early on, so perhaps 3 was all they needed. And again, it was a split flank coming in, which is why 3 people didn't get the sound barrier, and yet it still works out.
Having it still work out, though, does not mean it's great. I mean, even if you're going to split flank there, you wait half a second, give everyone the sound barrier. Regardless, they're going to get very aggressive here, having given up a lot of time. That is a nice deflex, going to keep the hook on cooldown. Mez going to go in off of this.
They're going in. Ube goes for that very short ride, just smashed into the wall, bacon everywhere. 2 kills here from Team Liquid. And now this is where they're not really going to be going full hammers or selfless. They're going to back it up a bit, but space created here next.
Well, turning that room into a breakfast nook, as that's where the breakfast is currently made in the cafe. They're going to get a little poke in as they roll up top, but also not that bad of a situation for Loyal, because you look at how far this card is. They have a choice of if they want to go through main or rotate around right, and they've got a ton of ultimates up. But Liquid finally bringing it back. Spree takes down his counterpart early, though. Nice deflex start. It's a beautiful sleep dart.
Ube gonna be taking snooze here, and here comes Shatter diving in. Dragon Blade up, gets absolutely nothing off it after the kill on the Hedan. LG still with a dominant performance here, sleep dart or no sleep dart, and Team Liquid not able to find a way through, and this is almost certainly going to cost them second. Now, they might take the gamble here, Hex, where they try and defend second, but that leads to feeding more often than not, and maybe Mezar can land a good Earth Shatter, but this is going to be very risky, and Hex, they're going for it. Mezar diving in, looking for an opportunity. Spree goes down early on, and Liquid might have found a way through.
Well, Spree was able to pulse bomb Shatter, but this is Liquid bringing it back. No one is watching ID right now as Icefeld tries to get on the card alone. He's just going to get down there and reset. So Liquid holding 5 meters shy of second point, 90 seconds left. And given how long this map is, EP, we might be going into the last solid push for LG Loyal, depending on how quickly the fight goes.
I think LG has 2 attempts at this if this doesn't go super, super long. But I will note that Liquid took a huge gamble there, and it paid off. A lot of the times we'll see teams just throw bodies in there for no reason. LG was not able to punish them as they came through that doorway. Now, next fight here is underway. LG coming into the point on multiple flanks. Spree and Reinhardt on the right, the rest on the left. And with Ube taking down Rafa, there's a good opportunity here. 5v5. You do have the attack visor coming from Icefeld. No, he gets sliced down in his prime. And now LG Loyal in a very rough spot here, Hex, as they're going to be down to their last fight.
Well, they split up, and Super Pluke found himself bionated, and they were able to clean that up very easily, largely because Dahang had been holding on the high ground. That's how he was able to get the grenade behind the shield. And now this late chase, not very good for Loyal, but we did mention, unless it goes really long, they'd have a second point. And since it went all bad, immediately, LG Loyal will have another chance at this. Spree will have a pulse bomb up, but look at this war chest of Liquid.
Liquid has completely turned the tables here. They have every advantage in the world. And Shadow just needs to be disciplined with this Dragon Blade, and that could be all that's needed to pull this in. And that was a risk he didn't need to take there.
Yeah.
That is not the risk you take when you have this many ultimates up here. Make LG come into you. But here comes Dragon Blade. Moving here for the 76. Looking for one final swipe. No, he gets shoot down, but what's going on? ID? Tac Visor on the top has taken down Hedan and Mineral. No more supports left here for this LG squad, which means no more life to give, as they will get poked down and removed from this payload. Team Liquid get a hold here right before second.
Good awareness there by Shatter to see the soldier coming in and chase him down, so he was never in ideal position. Even though the Dragon Blade didn't kill him, he did it so he could get that other dash reset, so he'd be able to chase him down. He did just that. Icefeld never got into the position he wanted, and as you mentioned, meanwhile, ID had been throwing down his own tactical visors. So, as bad as Liquid looked after first into second, the stabilization out of them, pretty impressive.
I still gotta say, I don't like how some teams run final fights where they have so much in reserve. Shatter very easily could have gotten picked off there, just peeking the Roadhog.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Because here's the thing about that peek. What are you doing off that? You get a little bit of visual information, but if you die, suddenly your ult advantage means far less because it's a 5v6. It just,
I mean, he had deflect, but it did seem to me, and maybe it was just the animation on our end, of it looked like it came out after Hook would have hit, had that Hook been on point. So, yeah, I mean, Genji's one of those characters you can peek with, but I agree. There's no reason to take that chance because they lose him early in that fight, and then 6v5. However, they had a ton of ults. Worked out for them in the end. That is the bar for Hollywood. If Team Liquid can get it further than their defense allowed, pretty much all the way to second point, they will be taking the map and the series.
Well, you take a look here at LG Loyal and how they're defending here. They will be coming out with the early Torb, and they're putting a lot of faith into this here, Hex, because oftentimes Torb defenses can get crushed early on, and For LG Loyal, the problem is they don't have a whole lot of room for error here. They really do need a first point hold to maximize their chances of taking this. If it goes into the Streets phase, them actually holding back Liquid becomes far dicier.
Well, I suppose the Torb worked well on Dorado for the times they were running it. Mineral runs it more often. I don't know. I tend to agree with you, knowing that Liquid generally is going to run these triple divers in anyway, and also usually with a Pharah that the turret's not going to get a great deal of value. But if they can win a first fight and get a Molten Core up, that's when it becomes an entirely different story.
Yeah, I would say first fight, probably first 2 fights. They have to withstand the first 2, and then it actually shifts far more into their favor. But
look where they have to hold because of this, though.
They're holding very far back. Team Liquid's going to get their choice of where they want to stand here. They can invade both Cafe and top, and now they're going to have perfect opportunity to just dive in when they want to. So they're going to wait for Mezar's cooldown to come back up here, and that's going to be signal to go. Shatter and AZK are going to dive in. Mezar diving in, drops the shield, and now they're actually not diving in as hard as you might think. Shatter taking his time. AZK's in the back, and with the turret going down, maybe now they'll dive in, but they're slow playing this more than I would expect.
I think they were just definitely looking for that early pick onto the turret at the very least.
Well, they're moving in right now, and LG trying to fight this right back. ID and Mezar are down, so as sloppy as it might be in the back, it's working out somewhat here for LG. They are coming ahead on trades, but the pressure is still certainly there.
Defense will entirely hold that, get everything reset up, and this is where Tor becomes very dangerous. 97% onto Molten Core. He's going to have free reign to build it up however he wants, and he's going to start chucking armor around. Hoop Super's got some armor, Spree's got some armor, making everyone very difficult to kill, though. Mineral begging for healing. There he goes, finally gets it.
Well, we're going to have Molten Core versus Dragonblade in this next fight. Don't forget the Resurrection, too. If Dahang is able to stay alive, it will give second life, which is a pretty big deal when Molten Core might be the thing responsible for killing multiple people. But here we go. Fight is underway. Liquid coming in off the flank, Shatter coming in up the front, and Shatter going away up the front as the Punk is going to remove him from the equation. And now don't want Molten Core here. You've already got one pick. This is not necessary. They're throwing so many ultimates into this defense, Hex. Congrats, LGOL. You won the fight, but you already won it without spending a single ult.
Yeah, well, 2 minutes left. I think he panicked because his turret got very low. It was at 66%. Of course, he could only Molten Core a level 2 turret to turn it into a level 3. Gave himself a little bit of survivability as well, but I tend to agree with you. That was throwing a lot of ultimates after you get the pick, so made no sense to me.
I'd say they turned that into a winning fight for Team Liquid, because now Team Liquid has a huge advantage going to this next fight. Shatter still holding on to Dragonblade. Now he has to pull the trigger, though. Team Liquid's been very tentative about going in. This is their time. They need to go in now before Dragonblade is part of the equation. Shatter still looking for the perfect Dragonblade, but that barrage comes in over the top. ID takes down 2, and just like that, it's going to be Team Liquid taking control at this point. Mineral trying to pull it back. It's a double kill as Torb. His Rivet Gun shotgun pretty powerful, but the Resurrection going to come out, erase the mistakes made, and Team Liquid should take this rather easily.
Well, the Torb play at least did force some more ultimates out. Mezar had to pop his to stay alive. Resurrection had to come in there where it looked like they might have been able to simply win that fight only with the barrage that came in early. It was a nice barrage. Now, I honestly was trying to anticipate the calls of no one used, we just won that. And then Torb coming back in forced them to use some stuff.
It did. And again, I think the problem there for LG, you could go back and look at that fight. Normally, for us, we try and match the intensity of the game. And usually when one team wins decisively, we're pretty excited about it. I just looked at that last fight from LG in disbelief and like, why did you do this? You already got the hook kill. Why? It's like Molten Core's like, all right, they did do that. Oh, Tech Visor, you really did need to do that. And then they were just bone dry for the next fight where Liquid had plenty of ults in their favor, and they didn't even have to use the Dragonblade.
Molten Core especially to me, because I find it an ultimate that a lot of teams won't even fight against. You're putting 800 HP onto a turret, which is a lot. You're putting 600 on your Torb, so a lot of times you hear Molten Core, and maybe that's what they're trying to do, trying to bait it out, but that fight was over without any ults just because of the hook, I thought.
Right, and we are getting to a point in Overwatch where you can pretty clearly say that a team loses a fight while winning a fight. If you invest 4 ultimates into a fight, and then the other team invests 1 or none, oftentimes, unless it's the final fight of the game or something where it was a no-brainer, it's hard to say that you've truly won because you've spent so much to try and take that one fight.
Yeah, you're keeping your eyes firmly on the battle when you really should be thinking about the war, and that's one of those mentality leadership things that you need to solidify as a team is who's making those calls. Because first of all, somebody needs to be making those calls like, hey, we're going to use this ultimate, or hey, this is the circumstances, so we're going to use this ulti. And it didn't seem like they were on the same page there. They did win that fight, though. We have to give it to them there.
It would have been very bad if they had lost that fight. That's something I would expect out of Classic Liquid.
But we're back.
Or NRG.
Why miss a chance to take a shot when you can, I suppose. But that first point is now over as we are coming off the pause. Try to get you reset here, but the battle rages on. ID over top, gets a lot of damage, gets healed early on. Shatter still has this Dragon Blade of all things.
Well, he's been holding on to it for a rainy day, and we'll see if it does work out well. Does find Heat early into this fight, no Dragon Blade required, so suddenly LG, even though they're holding far up, they don't have no sustain to really maintain this, and they're going to fall rather easily here. Shatter going to fall another life without the Dragon Blade, but this means you could use the Dragon Blade to win the game, as that fight goes very much in Team Liquid's favor.
I feel that Rafa has just recently discovered the power of right-click, as he's gotten so many kills with it so far. Of course, a very aggressive Lucio, but I've never seen that icon in the kill feed more than I have watching Team Liquid play. Great positioning for them now. They have a resurrection too, so it should be time to get aggressive. Maybe Shatter will finally unwrap that Dragon Blade.
At some point, man. Maybe it's just a vintage Dragon Blade who wants to resell it in the black market later, but finally the Dragon Blade comes out, immediately takes down Icefelt, looking for Lucio, makes it a good one. 2 kills coming out here from Shatter, so his Dragon Blade when it does come out as a success.
Beautiful.
And Dahang going in for the kill. Resurrection coming up. Everyone from Team Liquid back into this fight. And LG Loyal on the verge of being defeated by Team Liquid here, Hex, and falling into last place in the OCS. Liquid on the victory run.
Dragon Blade definitely worth the wait. They're going to try to get ID over top for a barrage.
And the ID right now looking to just take out anyone coming through this window. There's the barrage. Mineral immediately take him down. But here comes Ube in over the top. Dugs out ID. LG not out of this here just yet. Actually going to be pulling this back. So Team Liquid not quite on the victory run they were hoping for. And Hex, time-wise, they still have a decent amount of time here left remaining. A minute 32. So that's going to give them 2 final attempts to push a payload not very far.
They did use everything, though. It's been endemic of some of these fights that teams have lost. They throw everything at it and still don't get it done. But as you mentioned, two fights very likely incoming. So Ube has rotated off. Spree onto the Diva is an interesting pick. Very likely to deal with tac visors, things like that. Also to take this high ground that Liquid has definitely prioritized.
Good right now, coming in over the top. Mezar, first one in, ID in over the top. It's Liquid swarming in for all sides, and the ball spot connects! Hedan out of the fight! ID at the fall through, 3 unanswered kills. Team Liquid about to win their first match here in the OCS, destroying the hopes and dreams of LG Loyal. Last moment, Diva self-destruct coming out here, does not connect. It's a last bit of stall here, however, but Liquid on the verge here. Access Mezar gets the final bit of cleanup. ID's right there. You can stick a fork in LG Loyal because they are done. Team Liquid going to pick up their first win and take 5th spot here in the standings in the OCS.
Good for Liquid. I never like to see a team with a 0 on the board, I guess. I'll say it. I'm happy to see him win. Not anything against Luminosity, not anything against LG Loyal. I just don't think any person should play 5 games and get 0 wins. Just don't think anyone deserves it.
It doesn't look good, but from the LG Loyal perspective,
yeah,
this is the opposite end of the spectrum. In week 1, they were about as high as you could be because they had defeated Immortals when no one expected it, and we almost thought right then and there that would have secured them. And yet here, they lose to a revamped Liquid team, and now it just looks far less secure future-wise for LG Loyal.
What's this negativity coming in here? You know, that team that you've always believed in finally showed their, their stuff.
They got to win.
They got to win.
Good for them.
Oh my
Happy
gosh.
for them. There's no more 0 on the board.
Wait, how are you going to ever be happy?
They're 1-4. Let's live in reality for half a second.
We can revel in the moment, though.
I gave it a brief moment.
We're bringing it right back down to real life, though, real fast.
Gil, some of the most passionate fans of teams that would love their team, that would bleed and die for their team, also will be the most critical. Have you ever talked to a Cubs fan before they won the World Series? Have you talked to a Jets fan ever? These are real phenomenons. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I have talked to a few, and we've talked about that.
Or a more relevant esports example, a Team Liquid fan in any of the other games in which they play in.
And this is the thing. That's kind of it's a weird. We'll have to. There's a lot of theory crafting to be had for their org, but
as an org, they're basically the Cleveland of the esports world.
And yet everyone still believes in them. It's beautiful, and they have some performances like this. But let's talk a little bit about this last map. First of all, Shatter on Roadhog. How did that pan out there on the first point?
Shatter as the first point defense, it didn't look particularly great. It wasn't, when you see Roadhogs have really big games, you saw Ube, for example, back early in King's Row, or you think to what Agilities does. Shatter's Roadhog play, not quite on that level, though Team Liquid's defense in general was a little bit shaky across the board. So I'm hesitant to say how much was Shatter. I do like the idea that they wanted to come out the Roadhog, perhaps recognizing that it would put more pressure on Ube on that first attack. So I don't disagree with the idea. I just don't think it was worked out super well for them.
Unremarkable, I suppose, would be the best answer. But we do need to see Shatter on other things. We saw him on Anubis, and he played Zarya, and of course the Grav was good, but he had died 2 times just previous to that, didn't play it all that well. His Genji is still very much here, and everything else seems to be below that, and even a question mark on where that is.
And we haven't seen very much of those other heroes. Even when we see Zarya and Roadhog, he's on it for maybe 1 point,
right.
And it's either, oh yeah, we had a good play, like a good grab, or maybe it didn't work out as well. Unremarkable is a good way to put it, but I do want to talk about his Genji and his support of Genji, in fact. Earlier in King's Row, he had a couple plays where he is diving in front of teammates at perfect times when he knows someone's in danger. So talk us through how Shatter has been playing that support of Genji.
I think it's a great thing to do. It's something Shadowburn used to do very often, where you never saw where Shadowburn was coming from, then all of a sudden you're eating your own Graviton out of nowhere. He did it a couple times too, where his team got Gravitoned in, and he would leap into the Grav and try to get his deflect up.
I'm going to take a more practical approach to why Shatter has these instincts in him where he goes in and protects his teammates with deflections. He's well known for being a big streamer. He plays a lot of ladder. You have to do this to protect people at ladder from going too far out when you're not on the same page. So the idea that Shatter is used to protecting people to carry his team above and beyond, well, it should come as any surprise. He does this all the time on his stream.
Does he carry you? Is that where you're seeing this?
It's very possible he could. I have been in games with him before. My only placement game I played, I was in a game with Harblue, and I actually directly caused Harblue loss because my internet went out. It was looking good, and then I apologized to Harblue, and he tells me later, he's like, oh, yeah, you were like the 3rd person to DC that night. It was a bad night. I was like, sorry.
Yeah, ISP problems. It's a tale as old as, well, it's actually not that old. Internet's pretty new, but time as far as many of our viewers are concerned, maybe,
The tubes have been getting clogged since the old days.
Those intertubes, the blag. Well, let's talk about Icefeld versus ID then. The 76 versus 76 battle, because you had mentioned that, but who ended up winning in that one, if you can remember?
I suppose ID, but through no fault of Icefeld's own. He had Shatter chasing him down most of the game. Shatter was definitely trying to ruin Icefeld's day. ID was able to get around. I mean, the one specific fight I'm talking about is towards the end, where they had 2 flankers go around, and then just after Shatter almost died to a hook he didn't need to peek, he saw out of the corner of his eye that Icefeld was running around trying to get high ground, chased him down, popped the Dragon Blade just to deter that. So I don't think it was really a 1v1 battle that happened too often, but I guess ID a little more consistent on it, mostly because Icefeld had to deal with the Shatter problem.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, I think Icefeld was under more pressure, as you say, but it is worth noting that the few times we did see one-on-ones between the two, Icefeld definitely had some good success, probably no more evident than that early defense on Hollywood, where we're talking about the Shatter issue there, but really what happened is that the rest of the defense was under pressure. ID lost in that fight versus Icefeld, which was, I guess, a true 1v1 thinking back on it, because Icefeld did have more support going into that, but it did lead to a situation where Icefeld had all the room in the world to work with, and is why LG was able to take that first point.
Well, I'll tell you what, no matter which way you slice it, even though this was 2 teams at the bottom of the rankings, it still was a very exciting match. And we are starting to see the evolution of some of these teams, in this case, mostly Team Liquid, as they really need to find any little bit of momentum. And this was the time to get it, facing off against a struggling LG loyal team. And they were able to find it, and they have tied them up in the rankings at 1 and 4, coming out of day 1, game 1 of week number 3. Well, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to have the other side of the bracket, so to speak, playing as the top-ranked Luminosity Evil. I know that we're going to talk about pronunciations a lot for other things, but I think this is the important one. And versus they're going to be facing off against Immortals here in just a bit. Let's go to break.
What a great bio game. Going to the back line to hang.
Welcome back, esports fans. I'm Gil Frost, and we're here for game number 2, week 3 of the Overwatch Carbon series. We just got done with Luminosity and Team Liquid, where Team Liquid was able to pick up their first victory, and we're going to go straight into our next matchup, and that is Luminosity Evil. Or LG Evil, rather. It's going to be rough.
LG is short for luminosity.
Yes, as it turns out, do the etymological root of that. But anyway, versus Immortals. And so this is actually the first rematch of the series as well, so it's pretty momentous. Do you have any initial thoughts coming into this matchup?
I would probably favor the team formerly known as Hammers, LG Evil, with the green logo. That's how you know they're evil, apparently,
Yeah.
especially in the Blizzard world. Green equals evil. But it should be close-ish. I mean, these are the top teams, right? Immortals is up there at the top. LG Evil is the top team. I'd see Evil playing very well. There are some maps that I think Immortals has to win if they're going to have a chance.
Certainly. I mean, this is a case where it's also very low pressure here for LG Evil. They are on top by a wide margin. They already have a victory over Immortals here, so even if they lose, they're not even behind in the head-to-head. This is all gain for them, whereas for Immortals is still actually in somewhat of a rough shape, looking to bring things back for them after some losses that they probably weren't expecting, probably most notable now to the other LG squad and LG Loyal.
Yeah, no, and after that, because if that weren't the case, they'd actually be tied with Renegades at 3-1, and so this is something that they need to pull themselves up. Now, they're looking pretty strong to make it to the playoffs, just as things are standing, a little less than halfway through, but this is definitely a very important game for Immortals coming in. Well, let's take a look at Luminosity Evil's roster. As we're going to be coming in, as LG Evil is going to be, of course, led in DPS probably by Jake, but Train, Super, Vol, Avast, Rob 420. Most of those people have played on some damagey type heroes. Most notably, I would say, is Super playing on a couple of different ones. But what are your thoughts on this LG Evil roster?
I think incoming to the tournament, we looked at this roster and tried to find weaknesses. And the ones that stood out to me were, how is Train going to play when we move over to DPS? And then we looked at it and said, Vol hasn't had the best of games. Dead wrong now. They've both proved me absolutely wrong. You look at that roster, which is also exactly what we were saying about Immortals coming in, is you look at the roster across the board, they're all above average. They're all very good.
Hammers, of course, now LG Evil, you take a look at their history, they've been very consistent, where at first people thought, maybe they're an aberration going into not the last Overwatch Monthly Melee, but the one before that, where they came out of nowhere. Well, they ended up getting second in that, the only teams that do damage to Rogue, and they've been dominant here in the OCS. No losses yet, very few map losses. In fact, the bulk of their map losses come in map 2, where they're not very good on Assault. But other than that, this team has proven to be very versatile. They're not one-trick ponies. And more than anything else, they are a young team, so the degree that which they can improve yet still is undefined. I'm very curious to see where they go moving this forward.
Yeah, a team certainly on the rise. And one player that's been on the rise, at least in my mind, is going to be our player to watch for LG Evil coming into this one. And that is Train, because it was somebody we had seen a lot of carrying. Do you like that? Former Hammer is Train. But we saw a lot of carrying from Jake early on. And then, Train was still opting to play some of these, more tanky characters in like the 3-1-2 compositions, and maybe playing backseat DPS to the likes of Jake. But we saw some amazing play last week, especially even on Widow, in the Widow v. Widow battle against Grim Reality, no less, in the mirror matchup of what we're seeing here. But what else do we see from Train that we're expecting today?
Well, from Train, of course, we saw him when he first came to prominence. He was playing things like Diva, but he has been more the flex DPS player here for this LG Evil squad, where what you'll see him on things like 76, where even when LG Evil runs more traditional, let's say a 3-tank setup, he's going to be in the back on something like a 76, providing that DPS option that teams have to actually get on. But to get through that, you have to get through the LG Evil front line, which is easier said than done.
You mentioned that he beat Grim Reality when it was Widow v. Widow, which is great, but Grim's not necessarily known for his Widow play. Of course, he's got your hit scan. If he beats Grim Reality 1v1 on a McCree, then I'm ready to crown Train.
Yeah. But no, I mean, he's going to be important at very least. And actually, even I may have even misspoken there. He did really well, and Luminosity Evil was able to find victory in that game off of some key kills from Train on Widow. But honestly, Grim Reality had a great game on Widow as well.
Yeah.
It's just that the pieces didn't come together in their favor. But let's take a look at Immortals roster in that case, as they're going to be coming into this with a thirst for vengeance. Grim Reality, as we were just talking about him there, been playing a lot more Soldier coming into this event than McCree, as he's been most known for in the past. Agilities, of course, rounding out their DPS. Nami and Hyped, normally playing those tanks, but Hyped, of course, flexing in onto the likes of Tracer. And then, of course, the supportive Athan Verbo combo. What stands out the most for UZP from this Immortals roster?
Well, what stands out, of course, what is great that we've talked about at length before, of course, Grim Realities and Agilities, very consistent. I'd say Agilities of the two has actually been the bigger player to watch with recent contributions. I would say the part where Immortals has been struggling recently is if you think about the last meta where they were incredible, they did things like winning NG and all the rest. The problem that they've run into is that in the current meta where you're seeing more 3 DPS, Hyped is not playing his Tracer up to the same level that he did his Diva, where he was undisputably one of the best Divas in North America. He's not necessarily super bad or anything like that when he's going here, but he's also not bringing out a crazy soon level of Tracers. So Immortals was once a team where you could say all 6 players were playing at a very high level. Now you could say they're all playing pretty well, but there are some weaknesses. And I think that their triple DPS part of things when they run it is not quite as dominant as what they used to be able to run in previous patches.
They run a lot of 2-2-2, and I think they should continue to run more 2-2-2. To your point, just to elaborate, Hype has not been playing at the level he needs to be the third DPS, not to the level that these other teams have, but he can still off-tank very well. He's a very good flex tank. Play to what you're good at.
And he's even played some pretty decent Zarya. Definitely not as strong as his Diva, but the inconsistency on the likes of Tracer is definitely something to look out for. Another aspect of that is we've talked about Immortals' confidence in their tank positioning and positioning around their tanks, and how they don't necessarily feel as comfortable pivoting around Nami without that second tank in their pocket. And so I definitely think Type could help make that happen. But our player to watch coming into this matchup is actually going to be Agilities. And we talk about... we put it as his little moniker, former Genji main, because last week especially, he played incredibly well on Roadhog, and even though we've been seeing a lot of these top-tier Genji players focusing on that, Genji Shatter would be a great example of that. We've actually seen Agilities have maybe even more of an impact on Roadhog.
Agilities is in a classic love triangle right now, one between a robotic cyber ninja, the other between an asthmatic guy with a chain. So as far as it goes, Agilities, when he first got known, was known for playing a really good Genji. That's how things were. He sort of rose to prominence. And then Roadhog, of course, came into more meta with 4 tank type setup, and we saw Agilities playing very good Roadhog. And then the start of this, we saw him playing more Genji. And yet now, over the last week or so, it's been more Roadhog. So he can't make up his mind between which of the two he wants to play. But of the two, he does play pretty well on both. So either way, Immortals is generally winning, regardless of what Agilities is on.
I think a lot of their success tonight will be if he is on the Roadhog, if he can stop the flankers, because this LG Evil team, formerly Hammers, has been running a lot of flankers. They run Genji and Tracer nearly every match, and sometimes they run even more DPS on top of that. I don't think the way to beat this team is hoping that you can out-Genji Jake, because Jake has those giant hero moments, and Agilities does as well. I think the way you beat this team is by hooking Jake and shutting him down.
Well, to your point more precisely is that, yes, a hook will shut him down. I think also just focusing on Jake in general, because Jake tends to take more risks on the way he initiates, and we have seen him get shut down his first kill over and over and over again. So it brings to light the idea that maybe you can focus him down a little bit more, because he isn't really prioritizing his own safety as much on the deep dives compared to other Genjis that tend to be more evasive. So Jake, I feel like, does have that little bit of Achilles heel where if you kill him early in a fight, or at least focus him, he will go down early, and you can take the edge there in a 6v5.
Well, you know what? Going into this matchup is we're going to be looking at our first map being Eichenwald. I just wanted to go through the results from their first match, since this is a rematch. So LG Evil was home team first time around, and they picked Hollywood first, and they absolutely dominated on Hollywood. And that's putting it very nicely. And we talked about Immortals struggling on Hollywood in the past. But then we actually did see a draw on Hanamura, and that was actually a pretty big game for Immortals, pulling back momentum. They weren't able to pull it back fully, though, because Ilios, another very close map, went over to LG Evil. And then Gibraltar was a surprise pickup there for Immortals. They played very strong. They played a very aggressive early defense, holding them at spawn for a little bit. And they were able to find victory in that, but they ended up going down 3-1 in this series with King's Row being the final map, going over to LG Evil. So Eichenwald, home team being Immortals, no big surprise here, right?
It's where we're finally seeing home team come into it. This is a rematch that we had earlier, and now they get map choice. They're 2-1 on Eichenwald. Essentially across the board, we were looking at some of their stats. They're about 500 on everything, and like obviously they do better on Assault than they do on other things. But Eichenwald is a map they could win, and on Assault, since that is what LG struggles on, that's my most interesting map. After this one, I don't care what the result is of this one. I do, but we'll see. But if they can't win the second map, they're going to be in trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, for Immortals, they've made a lot of their money off of Assault maps in terms of getting back in the series, always be able to push out to 4, where they really do like going to Gibraltar if they have the option. But now it will be interesting as we go in here to Eichenwald, because I do think that given the team histories, this does put a bit of pressure on LG Evil to strike fast and win this, because if you go off the map history, they're probably not winning on Anubis or Hanamura or wherever we go to next.
No, that is next, and I think generally they will be hoping for a tie at best, but we've seen a lot of draws come from Assault maps. That is neither here nor there. What is here is Eichenwald, the lovely German castle.
Well, we are here on Eichenwald, and of course Hammer's doing some of their ritual sacrifice here in the very beginning, offering their bodies to the water gods that might reside beneath this castle. No one really knows. It does look like they get a lot of rain, though, so maybe something's working.
Well, something had to happen to turn Hammers evil. As this is Hammers Esports, from now on known as LG Evil, and we talked about a lot of the pressure being on Immortals, but when you get signed by a new org and you get to announce that, you want to come out swinging. So LG still has a lot to play for, a lot of fire in this team.
Well, particularly because you have to think that Luminati did not pay a super cheap price for this. Hammers was not they weren't an unsigned team. Let's just make that clear. Hammers is an esports org. They just weren't able to meet the salary demands, presumably, of Hammers, and thus they've given them off to breathe freely here as LG Evil.
Well, defensively, we do have Vol on that Roadhog, as you see a lot of different compositions coming out of LG Evil, able to play a lot of different things. They're going to put Train on D.Va, a single DPS triple tank setup for the defense.
And the defense right now holding this very far back. Hammers, of course, LG Evil now not willing to really go super aggro on this, but they do get Grim Reality early on. Jake able to win that 76v76, and now you got to think the turnabout is going to be in play, where they're going to be pushing back the attackers. And Train on the Nomi, that's about going to seal it here. There's 4 attackers left, but they're already making their way out, or at least trying to. It's Train on the D.Va doing quite a bit here. We didn't necessarily expect him to come in as D.Va early on. I thought it'd be on, say, a 76, but he's given that up to Jake, and D.Va actually has caught Immortals a little bit off guard.
Well, we had some questions about them switching to DPS, but I will say he was one of the most notable D.Vas in the 4-tank compositions. Both teams running triple tank with a single DPS, and I think early in that fight, Jake being able to win the 1v1 DPS versus Grim really set the stage for the defense to be able to hold.
All right, the offense coming back in here once more. Immortals looking for that early hook, but they're not able to get here just yet. Agilities has been rather stymied. Vol coming out here at the whole hog, punishing Nomi immediately, and Nomi, without the help of his team, dies right away, and now offense is getting pushed back. Now, Grim was able to thread one through, takes down Rob. Now there's no healing support here for LG Evil, and you take a look at their health bar in the upper left here, Hex. They're getting poked down heavily. They don't have the healing power that they might otherwise want in this situation. We'll see how this works out. Jake, though, going to try and pull this back. Here comes Attack Visor as Immortals tries to fall through on the ground time. Gets on the 8th and immediately, and this might still work out as Jake picks up 2.
That fight on a razor's edge, and Agilities almost was able to take down Jake. Some nice patience there from LG Evil. There's a counter Earthshatter, maybe a sleep that went on there. Still trying to get some poke in is Jake, finally being aggressed upon by the enemy Lucio, but this still has not been very clean for Immortals on the entry as they continue to lose some numbers. 2 ticks down, but not quite decisive yet.
Well, they still have to deal with Jake. Jake's been up here doing whatever he wants, and that's usually losing recipe. Either way, though, the nano boost is on the hype. He's at 100% charge, and still not able to get on the super effectively. Super able to just space that out just right, and he even gets the return kill on the hype. That is a disaster for Immortals. You need more out of your fully charged up Zarya than that.
Well, if only the charge could go beyond 100 there, probably would have been about 400% there from Zarya. But as you mentioned, failing to capitalize on it. A lot of individual efforts have won this game so far for the defense of LG Evil. And I say so far, but only a minute left on attack. Not a ton to work with yet. Hyped is close to a Graviton.
It is very close to Graviton. And Joldies, there's the hook we were looking for. Rob 420 down early on into this fight. Going to be making this much more difficult here for LG Evil, but Super able to take down Nomi early on. Nomi's died first in most of these fights here. The trend continues, and here comes Vol, turning it back around. The whole hog off the flank, takes down 2 before finally falling, but that might have done enough damage to this Morals backline that they're not going to get the point here, Hex. Only 40 seconds remaining.
The whole hog was nice, but Super's Earth Shatter really set it up, made it an uncontested whole hog. And this team, when we first saw them, was based off the back of Super's hammer, and it's been no different tonight as having an exceptional Reinhardt performance.
Last chance here for Immortals. Agilities picks one off again early on. Sets him around the 5-6, but there's a nano boost on the Super. Swing the hammer. Will it be enough? There's already 2 more that fall in here for the Evil side of things, and Immortals going to be stopping Evil here in their defense, going to be getting his payload moving. Grim Reality picking up the final bit of fall through here. Still on the point, but he's just far too outnumbered to make this work. So, LG Evil on the very final push, not able to hold it in. Immortals finding a way through, but it took everything they had here, Hex. They have very little in the tank as they move in the second.
That's right. They should be able to get some push here for the next couple of minutes as defense will hold pretty far back. I will say Nomi hitting a charge on his Super really opened it up, took care of the big problem that LG Evil has been presenting. Grim up here on the flank, waiting for his team to call out that it's time and it's safe for him to go. Super takes down Agilities off screen, though. They have got this high ground. He is going to get on Rob immediately.
Grim right now off the flank, no one on him at all. But the fight is a little bit spread out. He's still able to take down 2. Vol, of course, fully caught out here. So Grim just picking up the scraps of that fight. But for Immortals, when things have been getting started here again, Hex, I got to point out Agilities, who the last 3 fights has gotten a hook to open things out. In the beginning, LG Evil is doing a good job of avoiding that, but not so much over the last few minutes.
Well, that's why we had the Roadhog meta for as long as we did, the ability to completely change the fight with one of those abilities. Grim's still up here, though. It's a great way to punish an aggressive team. As we saw before, he's going to get bullied down, but not before Jake goes down to Agilities.
Well, while he's repositioning, he's not doing any damage, and this opens up an opportunity for LG Evil to bring this right back. Vol, whole hog up again, moving in with the rest of his team off that sound barrier. They only pick off 1, so now they need to back up a bit. I will note that the one they pick off, Nomi. Nomi's been getting focused down very heavily by hammers, which means that in this fight, that Immortals are down a tank. They're not able to poke in anywhere near as freely because they don't have that meat in front of them.
Well, they try to hook Agilities off of the high ground. They have been in opposition here. Big Grav comes in.
Graviton comes in. Everyone's on the payload right now, but Train and the rest of LG Evil coming back in from the side flank. They take down 2, and this is going to go from bad to worse here for Immortals. They will be thrown off the point.
Have to go all the way back as Train adds in a couple there late. Jake did have to use that tactical visor, and he's going to be looking for the free and cheap kills. Early on, he finds one, but it's his own.
Jake falling here. Perhaps an opportunity for Immortals, but Immortals only has 25 seconds here as LG Evil fully in their face right now. They have to worry about getting back onto the point. They can't sit here and brawl this out and fall, able to grab another. This is suffocating defense is working out. You see here, of course, Lucio, it's Verbo trying to get onto the point, get this into overtime. He had to sacrifice his life for that, Hex, and now 3 seconds left. It might have been in vain.
Well, that's the reason for the aggression. That's why they played so far forward, given that the time bank was there. Vol with another whole hog, and yeah, we mentioned agility as Roadhog, but Vol has been second to none here.
Big hold on second there from LG Evil. Very well could have been a hold on first. And I gotta say, the play of Super, very much sublime there, and also still very good use of D.Va. I mean, most teams have given up on running D.Va, including Immortals,
right,
who used to be known for great D.Va play. And Train is sitting here going, well, I could play 76, but I'm still gonna run D.Va.
No one is stopping Immortals from running D.Va. Let me just say, it's not the rule set that Hyped can't run D.Va. It wasn't an unfair advantage. At any time, he is allowed to run D.Va. He's run it a couple times this tournament and has played pretty well on it. His Zarya was okay, but I think Train proving it's still a viable hero.
Now, one thing I think is worth noting here, because we've been seeing it now for several matches in a row for Immortals, you're still getting this trend where Nomi is dying early, period. He was the first pick off in at least 4 to 5 fights there, I believe, in that last round, and you can't be having that as a tank. Like, yes, you need to initiate as a tank, but whether it's his support helping him out behind him or him just going too far deep, good focus by the LG Evil squad. Take your pick as to what is the culprit. The point is that by death 2 or 3, you really need to be making adjustments so you're not being the first one to die, because that just really cripples Immortals and how they can really attack from there on out when they don't have that shield in front of them.
Absolutely, and whether that's getting a bubble from your Zarya to help you out, an allied shield, or having a D.Va come in there and take some of the damage. D.Va is better now at stopping Roadhog hooks, as well as the change to her defense matrix allows her to block that shot incoming, and a change to hook also helps her step up there too. So again, I'm just going to keep harping on D.Va coming in, but we'll see. On the offense for LG Evil, they're going to run 3 tanks and a single DPS. The DPS this time, though, will take to the skies. That's going to be Jake on Pharah.
I'll note that here that this is not an all-in on Pharah. Jake is going to have to make his own opportunities, but Jake is used to this even when he's running Genji. Oftentimes, he's just the lone guy on the flank, and it's more of a distraction for him rather than looking for the big DPS opportunities. It's a little bit of a different way to go Pharah, but first fight here is underway. LG Evil not wasting any time and getting in onto this point rather directly. Agility's having to back off, but while he's backing off, big opportunity for LG Evil to get early pickoff, and they are all over the point right now, Hex, just looking for this first kill.
Raining a lot of damage. Support goes down as Jake takes down Verbo. Grim also down, so no great response to Jake. Train cleans up Nomi. This is a 3-kill start to LG Evil's offense. Not looking great for Immortals.
And I think part of the method to their madness in putting Train on the D.Va here is that maybe it's not the absolute best hero of the run, but he's getting in Grim Reality's face over and over again and really mitigating what he's able to do in this fight. Now, maybe that's why he's on the Tracer now. Back in and around, gonna be able to avoid that D.Va a little bit more efficiently, but LG Evil still with a man advantage here on the point. And Train just picking up kill after kill in people's faces on this D.Va, picks up 2, and this payload already on the way.
Vol also showing us the power of decreased spread on right click, as even if you dodge a hook as Tracer, your life is no longer guaranteed. And look at the bank they built up there, ZP. Nearly everyone is going to have their ultimate.
What I want to see is Train's approach here going into the next fight, because I'm telling you, I think Train is just going to go in on Grim again. He's been the story here on this D.Va, and he's forcing the rest of Immortals to have to win in lieu of having Grim support all the time. We'll see what works out in this next fight.
I love that you're running 3 to 4 tanks and you put your own DPS back onto the point to push the cart. The self-destruct gets nothing over top.
Look at this fight coming around. Verbo's already down. Immortals have gone too far in. And here's Super looking for a chance to drop the hammer, but no, he's going to get dropped on the hammer in turn. Agility's moving in off that Graviton. Cleaves through 2. Late Sound Bear coming out here from LG Evil, and
it's a bad fight to lose.
I don't think it was
a bad fight to lose. It was a strategy that, even given the diversity we've seen out of LG Evil, we hadn't seen before. They rotated everyone around top except for Jake, who was sitting alone on the card, and the rotations coming back didn't give them the positional edge that they were looking for.
All right, LG Evil coming at this one more time. A lot of their advantage has been wasted in terms of having a bigger ult bank, but they didn't need to win the first fight. Jake, of course, now on the Genji. Gets hooked in, but save! The save from Volt stops Agilities from finishing his plate there, and suddenly there's opportunity. Ethan already out of this fight. Grim Reality still threat into the top. Has Tac Visor, might have to use it to pull this back. How much of a hero can Grim be? Not that much, as Jake gets a finishing blow, and this payload starting to get some real momentum.
Well, Nomi tried to drop the Earth Shatter there, was interrupted during it, so that can be a good thing for him, as he will have it for this next fight. But it has been Jake all over these tanks, finishing up all of the kills there. They are going to have a lot of stuff to work with as Immortal, but that high ground will not be one of them, as they have prioritized it.
Here we go, potentially final fight here underway. Hype holding on to that Graviton. Getting the Earth Shatter from Super! They can't get on the cart! Everyone's knocked down! I give that more of a pass. The Earth Shatter is what set that up.
It's fine.
That's totally okay. It's not like they weren't trying to stay on the card. But the takeaway there is that LG Evil, in their first game as LG Evil, the artist formerly known as Hammers Esports, are able to take Eichenwald relatively decisively over this Immortal squad.
Immortals map pick, and it's good to see Super back in this play of the match vignettes, as he was what was always the standout when they were running 4 tanks. And I don't think he knows he has a shield. Someone should let him know.
I mean, why do you need a shield hex when you have a rocket hammer? Think about that. It's not just a hammer. It was actually a rocket. And so think about the strength it requires. He's not actually swinging it. He's holding it back from flying out of his hands.
Very true.
This is pretty next level analysis as far as hammer analysis goes.
Well, when you're talking about the team formerly known as Hammers Esports, it requires you take your knowledge of hammers in general up to another level.
They're definitely taking their hammer knowledge and it's using it in some pretty evil ways, I would say, as they were able to find victory on Eichenwald. And yeah, that was IMT's map. We talked about that this is not the place we would expected them to win, but if they were going to win on any of these assault maps, if I was a betting man, I'd say they needed to win on Eichenwald. So we're coming into the second map. IMT is going to have another option of picking here. So what are we expecting as far as map selection?
I would say Anubis. They're undefeated on Assault, but Anubis is very clearly LG Evil's worst Assault map. It's the only map they've lost. They tied twice on Hanamura, but LG Evil has yet to win an Assault map. So if Immortals can't beat them here, they're in trouble.
If there was a list of things that Luminosity was getting when they decided to pick up another squad, and you had like the check marks here saying what they're good at, it's like good at pretty much everything, highly versatile team, and then you have a column, wins assault maps. X doesn't actually happen, or at least hasn't happened so far in the OCS.
Yeah.
So that's just one of those things where, you know, maybe a competitor's like, they have a check mark there, but they don't have nearly as many check marks as LG Evil has had overall. So they can probably spot this map to Immortals, which is more likely than not given their history, but we'll see. Maybe they've made some necessary adjustments.
I'm picturing, like when you're comparing products, in a guide, like that's the one thing that's like, man, we need to upgrade this to the premium version of LG Evil to get that. Well, they're going to try to upgrade themselves right now coming into it. Does look like it's going to be Temple of Anubis. Jake played Pharah and Genji there. Are we going to be seeing the same thing here on Temple probably?
If there was a random hero button to pick, I think Jake could do that and be fine with it. Also, we should get one of them, a little question mark hero.
Yeah.
We just need more props in general. Just throw it up on the desk randomly.
What do we got?
Someone actually Primal Rages. We get a shot of someone throwing the Primal Rage right at Gil's face for no particular reason. Although then,
I want to say last week when you said something about vomiting on me because of a certain play, we will not mention the specifics of that in game. I really wanted to get up and grab my other jacket. I thought that'd be pretty good, but I couldn't sell out to the bit. I'm sorry.
Some say I'm a projectile DPS player in real life. Don't worry about it.
IRL projectile DPS coming out here off camera, unfortunately for everyone. But yeah, Temple of Anubis, and let's just look at the map progression, the story of the maps here for Immortals, because they are up against it. They lost on the first hybrid map. They're going into Assault. This is where they actually pulled out a tie, or draw rather, on this on their previous game. And now, if you win in that one, which they really need to win on that one, you come into Control, which was another close one, and maybe you can come out. I mean, if you win the next two, you come out 2-1. Then you're going to Escort, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is you need to try to have at least a couple of wins coming into Hybrid, because Hybrid's going to be rough for them.
I think if they don't win Assault, this series is already over, in my opinion. Yes. If they tie Assault, you're going to get bullied in the next one. They're not good at Control. Escort has been a mixed bag at best, as a lot of this stuff has. They have to win Assault. They can't tie it.
Well, again, in terms of Control maps and why it's so important that Immortals needs to win here going to Anubis is that on Control, you couldn't get two more different stories than Immortals and Hammers, where Hammers, they love Control. They win on it all the time. Immortals, it's their Achilles heel. So, I mean, if you're talking RPG stats here, one is a 10, the other is like a 3. So certainly for Immortals, they have to win here on Anubis. They're probably going to take the L on Control. And then for them, they have to hope that they're practiced enough on Gibraltar to win that and then force them at number 5. I feel like that is the most likely path to victory here for Immortals, because they're already in kind of a rough shape.
They are in rough shape indeed, and with how this team formerly known as Hammers, that is LG Evil, I really need to stop doing that, because it's gonna like become natural, and then I'm gonna have some issues. But we are going to see them face off right now as Immortals tries to tie up the series, and with their backs up against the wall more so than ever before on a second map of the match. Take it away, gents.
Well, we are here on Temple Anubis, and Hex, we're going to see if LG Evil, if their new branding as part of the Luminosity organization is going to help them here on the defense. We'll see. I mean, for them, their best hope, their best result, I should say, in Assault thus far has been draw, so they have yet to win.
Yet to win. I think a lot of that, when I think of them on Hanamura, just as an example, was their coordination towards going into the end is simply poor. A lot of times they were running a lot of DPS. It didn't really work out for them. But it seems that maybe even post Overwatch Monthly Melee, they've decided, oh, that's right, tanks are still very good. We don't have to prove the point to teams anymore that we can run everything, because they can run everything, and they've been beating up on people with more tanks lately than they had prior.
Well, one thing that I think is interesting here from LG Evil is that they will be running the D.Va here again, and I think that in part Train is comfortable on this, but I also think it's part an adjustment to really just neutralize Grim, put a defensive matrix in his face the entire time, and see where things go, because that certainly was a big problem for him back on Eichenwald, and we'll see if it's a problem for him here as he tries to make waves here on Temple Anubis, although there's no water anywhere nearby. I'm not sure he's making waves.
Full-on dive. Maybe those sand waves, you know, sandworm, same wave, same difference. Ethan is going to be on Zenyatta, hyped onto D.Va, so some changes coming in for this offense. Very excited to see how these players go. Agilities already takes down a Vast. That's a huge kill early on, nerfing the support.
A Voss just a little bit too far up front, but now it's going to force the rest of LG Evil to play this 5v6. Agilities, no one's even looking at him up here. He's just like, all right, I'm just going to dash, melee, whatever. But while this is going on, Train is bringing it back. He's been having a wonderful time here on D.Va, both on Eichenwald and now here on Anubis. So we'll see if it's enough. Grim, though, with the pulse bomb, takes down Super, and that's a big threat off the tail. And yet Train still being the glue here in or the top.
Agilities, stop trying to make that thing happen. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
He went in 3 times and got nothing going on. And yes, you can 1v2 sometimes, but not those 2 players. And off of that, Jake's going to rotate to the low ground. I have to question some of the target selection there from Agilities. He might have been better off helping in the ground war. I know you have to force Jake to not do whatever he wants, but
I think the target selection was fine. The problem was he wasn't landing his shots. It was just poor execution for the amount of time he had alive. It's like watching a guy in the NBA just like miss 4 shots in a row. It's never pretty.
In my case, those are usually free throws that I miss in a row, and usually at a carnival. Jake comes in, tack visor going on.
Nano visor in on this fight. Hype, though, gonna be neutralizing a lot of it there. Ends up giving him his mech for the cause, and still, he's able to pick off effectively 2 between the mech and the support kill, and Jake finds 3 anyways, so Hype is trying to neutralize him that entire time there, Hex, and still kind of failed.
Jake the Unkillable continues his reign of targets. 4 kills during that. Just elimination after elimination. Super's going to come in, take down Hyped. So far, this offense has found no purchase. Perhaps Agilities can pull it back. He will have Dragon Blade up, but not able to take down these targets. The only squishy he's got is Jake, but Jake's got Rob in his pocket.
Well, for Agilities, he has been the man of miracles, probably the most consistent DPS that Mortals has had. There's times so Jake going down already. Golden opportunity. Gonna get the Bionade early on, though, so can't really rely on healing. But still, a lot of momentum here from Immortals as they roll right in. Agilities, though, under pressure, gets too far into the building, ends up getting taken down, but the rest of it going the way of Immortals. Nomi juggling people inside the building, even a self-destruct for good measure. D.Va on D.Va violence, and this should be Immortals' point, but LG Evil able to find more time in defense there than expected. A minute 20 on the clock as Immortals is going to get this.
Yeah, very good for them. The nice thing for the Immortals attack, though, is that they didn't have to use the ultimate, so they're going to have a small advantage here. Train on the defensive Sombra. Even if you're not a fan of this LG Evil team, you have to be a fan of some of the compositions they run. Very unique.
Train right now on the Sombra. We're curious how long this is going to last, but that is one very hacked Zenyatta. Does get Sunbeard right after his Grim. Takes down super early on. Already a 6v5 opportunity here for the offense, and the defensive Sombra actually gets on the Nomi, has the EMP, and blows it immediately. That's going to undercut the rest of Immortals here, and we're certainly going to send this push the way of LG Evil, although we'll see. Immortals surprisingly living for a longer period of time there, but the hammer does come down from Super, and no kills from it, Hex.
No, not at all. Ethan trying to get the Rapid Discord achievement, unable to do it. Why is Sombra so good on this last point, ZP?
That is a statement that I'm not sure is quite
Really?
a fact.
I like it.
It's not terrible, but there's an opportunity cost here. The upside is that you can hack the packs, make it so for any longer fight, it's going to be difficult to use them. Also, when EMP is up, it makes it difficult to get a flawless fight that you need on Assault.
We see her on this point more often than we see her anywhere else lately, though. I think a lot of it is those packs and the flawless victory. Also, when a team runs a Zenyatta, you're begging to get Sombrit on as well. Very good against that Zen, and that's where you see most of the priority target going. They're going to push them back at the very least.
And right now, Train is under a bit of pressure. Going for the hack, but does have EMP. He's going to use it soon here. Grim has already taken down 2, so this could go from bad to worse if he doesn't invest with this EMP. Should be coming out here in just a moment, waiting for his chance, and there it is. EMP going to connect. So even though Grim has done a lot of work here, there is an opportunity for the defense. Sound Barrier comes in, and yeah, the Hex struggling getting kills, but there it is finally. Jake getting in onto D.Va. Grim is going to fall. So even though Immortal still has a presence here on this point, Jake should have enough room here to push him back, especially with the nano boost helping him out.
That is a full cleanup there for them. And I have to say, given what we said coming into this map, it'd be very good for LG Evil to just give up the 1 point and hold last. It gives them a great opportunity to tie, and we both think that a tie for Immortal Sip won't be good enough. Jake working on his jumping skills. I've seen this story before. No rocket incoming out of nowhere. Jake will live.
I know someone who's been playing Zelda this weekend. Jake really getting in tune with his inner climber. But yeah, he does get in here to the top, has Tac Visor ready, Train very close to getting another EMP up. So long as he has EMP up, it's going to make it very difficult for Immortals to have a successful team fight. But Immortals now looking like they're engaged. Jovies pulls back, so they're forcing Jake out of position, slow playing this a bit. But the EMP is up, and there's a whole lot nothing going on here as Hyped is going to fall. Now, we do have effectively 2 kills with the mech coming down, but Hex, the offense is being very slow to commit.
So look, commit, but they do get 3 there despite the hack. The Lady EMP should go off and get a couple. Soundbear, I think, came off right before it, though, so they're not able to stop that. Both kills coming in from Ethan and Agilities. They're looking for the cleanup. 2 ticks already.
While the attack visor coming in, Jake in off the flank, has 2. Looking for the 3rd onto Genji. Has to reload at the very last moment. Agilities takes him out, but the damage has been done.
Yeah.
Once you take down 2 to the flanking 76, that's it. Now, it is worth noting that LG Evil did give up 2 ticks during that last fight. It wasn't anywhere near as clean for them as they would have liked, so Immortals does chip away at this a bit, but with only 1:43 left, Hex, they're pretty much under heavy time pressure now.
They do have to commit a little more, I think. Your point is extremely valid. It seemed like it took them
Anubis at the last moment.
Well, the changes in Assault might back on the points. And Immortals will finish out Anubis, and they had to. They absolutely had to.
Well, the key point there is that Train got caught unawares. If Train was just simply alive and was able to drop an EMP there, that fight probably goes the way of LG Evil, but instead, Agility's finding a way to take him out early on, catches him from the flank, and sets up that 6v5 opportunity. Very big.
Yeah, so right now, the plate has been set for Immortals to be able to win the map. And as we can't say it even more, this is a must-win map for them. All they have to do is prevent LG Evil from completing both points, which, as we've seen lately on this map especially, very, very possible.
Certainly a thing, and man, just thinking on that last fight, that is, on one hand, I want to blame Train a little bit, but such a good play by Agilities to bring that back. And the most important thing to note here, too, is that they did finish with time left on the clock. So no matter what LG Evil may finish out with here, Immortals still gets that final opportunity to get a third point by attacking point A. That's very big indeed. So now it's going to be LG Evil, a little bit more in the hot seat, but potentially if they're able to take first quickly and get a quick momentum attack on second, they could come out with the time advantage. So we'll see. History is not in their favor, but maybe they've made some necessary adjustments.
Mortals is going to run a 2-2 defense for the moment. Nope, Agility is going to switch off, going full-on dive defense with the supplementing fire of Grim Reality, who will very likely be on the high ground as that Soldier 76. We've seen the spot for Soldier 76 on this map. That's where every single one sets up. Be interesting if Jake comes out here on the McCree. It'd be the first cowboy we've seen all night.
It has been a relatively cowboy-less day here thus far, but perhaps it is high noon. Hard to tell because we're in a totally lightless studio aside from the lights that are in front of us, so who knows. But yeah, I'm curious to see what Jake does here on this McCree. Certainly has to be in response to Agilities.
Well, he tries to get a shot right there early on onto Hyped, and he does end up taking down Hype with a flashbang headshot combo and a quality hello there.
Hyped, just far too aggro for his own good, did not respect Jake, paid the price for it as Nomi falls immediately, was out on an island as own as Winston, and this is already looking like a very fast take here from LG Evil, and where to start there? Whether the Tracer pickoff or Hyped was too far in, to Nomi just being on his own, just Immortals not playing that very well at all.
Jake also battle rolled off a canopy to get 8th in there. He does finally go down as Agilities comes back in. Some nice stall that happened there over top as the Lucio did come in to stall. They get 2 kills. Agilities and Hype combined for 2, but I have to think that they will not be able to personally bring this back. We might see a very aggressive Dragon Blade from Agilities as he might have to go hero mode, but the kills keep coming for LG Evil.
I think the stall is very foolish.
Yeah.
And the reason being is that you have now given ultimate power to the other side here. And now who knows what's going to happen to you on the revenge. Agility does have Dragon Blade, which is very good for holding. And I guess Grim is going to get attacked by it, so it's not as bad as you might think. But that could have gone much worse here for Immortals, as we do see LG Evil trying to take advantage here. They don't have as much of an edge, but Electric Cowboy suddenly, and like, Nomi just gets melted. Fans for days. 3 quick kills here from the side of LG Evil, and this is a strike that Immortals was not expecting. Suddenly, it's LG Evil on the verge of winning their first assault map. This is huge.
That's absolutely enormous. They are going to get so many shots. This McCree has just been living in the Diva Shield. He's spent all day there. They do take that in blazing fast fashion, ZP. What did we just see?
We just saw a cowboy melt a German man in armor is what we saw. That was brutal. The nano boost, flashbang, fan roll, fan, goodbye Nomi. Continues to be a rough day for Nomi overall, but I cannot hold that one against him. That was excellent play there by Jake to set that up, and I mean, across the board, very good play from LG Evil. Some key mistakes by Immortals, but I loved that last initiation. Whew.
I mean, it was a good day for McCree. I hadn't seen some McCree in a bit. That was something. There was stuff that we barely got to see after his first kill. He did this awesome battle roll across the canvas to take out. I mean, it was as Indiana Jones as it gets, and what better map for it?
Well, I'd say Dorado's a better map. Hollywood, second, a much better map. If we're
the original Indiana Jones, this is definitely more desert.
I guess it's more desert. We're going full Indiana Jones.
Even like the third Indiana Jones. Did you just like the one where he started out in the fridge? Is that the one? You're a fan of Indiana Jones 4?
Oh, why was that even a movie? I don't understand. Although I do know that if there's ever a nuclear weapon strike nearby, I just have to get into a fridge and all will be well.
Well, an old time. Make them like they used to, which is good. They don't line as many things with lead anymore. Probably good for everyone involved, but that is about as fast as you will see. Temple of Anu is taken for both points. We have a dive offense with a Zenyatta. Again, got to be very careful. Dodges the early hook. Defensively, it's just going to be Jake on the high ground and a bunch of tanks.
Well, for LG, this is a big moment here. If they can hold this off, their path to victory almost assured. For Immortals, about as high stakes as it gets. They need Anubis to win the series effectively, if you look at map history. So, first fight here, 5v5 between the two agilities. Again, we've seen this before where he has all sorts of run back, but this time, able to connect. Rob 420 not going to be immortal. Agilities, though, pays for it with his life, but Immortals definitely swing this more in their favor. Grim is still up and around onto the point. Height is in here, so it is looking like Immortals will get an attempt at B here because odds are pretty high they're going to take A in just a few short moments.
Some nice cleanup there from Grim onto Jake, so not what we saw earlier. Definitely a much quicker take. Gonna have a pulse bomb available, but more importantly, Grim scouted that D.Va up over top, which is pretty nice. But in turn, they will be scouted by that D.Va. A little bit split up right now as Grim Reality waiting for a pulse bomb.
He's waiting for the pulse bomb, but Immortals, they need to strike while the iron is hot. Grim coming in, looking for the pulse bomb stick. Did he get it?
Nope.
No, he does not get the stick. Still moving on to that point with the Transcendence. No kills coming out of this. LG Evil actually backing out a little bit, letting that expire. They get on the Aethan, and here we go. Agilities pulls out the blade, doesn't get much of anything for it. Jake getting necessary cleanup, and that should be it here, Hex, where LG Evil will hold here on point B. And now the victory conditions are interesting because they only have to take point A after 7 minutes to get a draw, and they have to take, point B to get the win, but they have a lot of time to get point B for another rotation.
What would you call it if they failed to get point A in 7 minutes?
Well, that's one of those things where I would say that right now their icon is a green Luminosity logo. I think you'd have to somehow get bird imagery onto that logo. Something, a falcon perhaps?
Oh, the poor Atlanta Falcons. I'm just glad that you didn't knock Liquid again. I was setting you up for it.
No, Liquid won earlier today. Listen, we can be hard on teams that have struggled, but Liquid can be very happy with their win earlier today. But Atlanta, they're going to have to hold that for like 3 decades, however long.
Well, here's the good thing, though, that Immortals was able to take first point. That was pivotal because there's no way you're holding first point for 7 minutes. For the most part, I don't think I've ever seen it happen, and I've seen a few games of Overwatch in my time. However, 7 minutes for both points? Possible. It's Anubis, after all.
It is possible for both points. Effectively, LG is getting a second attempt here at Anubis, down only 1 minute, since the total time you have normally is actually down 30 seconds, because if they take point A, they get another 30, so effectively, it's all reset here for LG.
All right, well, Luminosity Gaming is going to keep Jake onto the McCree, as he has played a really nice McCree. It's just been Jake doing whatever he wants, and then they're running triple tank. Train's been on D.Va most of the evening. Vol's been on the Roadhog as well, but that is an early hook on a Jake. That's one way to get rid of a problem. Aethan trades his life, though.
Well, when McCree says it's high noon, he's not expecting his body being lifted high into the air. However, Immortals, off of that hook, able to push back in LG Evil, though they lose Nomi again. Nomi going too far out, and now they're going to be without a Reinhardt for the next fight. Respawn's coming in a little bit sooner. Where is Grim?
What is Grim doing?
Why is Grim out here? This is not a good sightseeing tour. That is definitely an unforced error there to some extent, and now a big opportunity for LG Evil to at least force a draw at a minimum, perhaps more, as they take a more dominating presence here on this point.
Jake really likes his hathers. They do get up top. Takedown agility is for the cost of a D.Va mech. You'll take that. Electric Cowboy incoming.
Here comes Jake into the backline once more. This gunslinger's loaded. Not able to finish off Aethan immediately, but does get it towards the end. Damage has been done. Point A now, almost assuredly going to go the way of LG Evil. And Hex, they're going to have about 6 minutes and 15 seconds to move into last as Jake continues his assault.
He's been so consistent with that flashbang over the shield. Of course, something we used to see in the very early days of Overwatch. A lot more. McCree was a bit stronger and a bit more often played, but to hit that perfectly the times he has been great. Grim has to go on to his own McCree. This is what I wanted to see. Grim v Jake, McCree v McCree.
It only took another McCree to alert Grim to the ability, or to the idea that he can also play McCree. Of course, one of the best McCrees in the game, so it's been weird that Immortals has been off of it. But Jake, in over the top, another headshot striking Zarya there, and it is the highest of noons. He's on the high ground, looking for skulls anywhere. Not going to get him. Does fall to Grim Reality instead, so...
Ambitious.
Interesting.
As we work our way through caster terminology, interesting and ambitious. And what the result ends up being is 5 kills, but not the biggest of deals, as this clock is going to be going on for quite a while. It looked like they attempted a D.Va stagger. They're just going to leave her alive, which is good enough. Here comes the Bunny Blaster shots. Just going to have to wait a bit as Train. That D.Va remech does charge up pretty quickly. Alt's advantage is in Immortals. 5 minutes left for LG Evil, who is now playing with house money. Worst case scenario is a tie.
Well, knowing that for LG Evil, I'd really want them to save ults here and just drain out some of what we see on the 7 Immortals, but I think they're going to go for it.
Yeah.
I think they're going to go for the self-destruct in or the top. They almost have a nano boost as well, so they have a decent opportunity. Oh, they don't get the Earthshare off in time. Reinhardt interrupted as he goes for it, and suddenly Nomi going the fall. It's Deadeye coming out here from Grim. Does not connect as Jake now pushing the point, and there's the Earthshare coming in. A beautiful Earthshare from Super. Gonna knock down 3. More disruption onto the back, and LG Evil on the verge of winning through Anubis a second time here for a total of 4 points. They're very close here, Vex.
Nomi's now out in no man's land. He's getting hit from behind by the hammer, although here comes a boop onto Jake, takes him down. That is a lot of their killing power now down. 2 ticks have already been accomplished, so regardless of if they're able to close out an effective fight for LG Evil, it does seem like the kills coming in now are enough for Immortals to hold. And one of the reasons you don't see D.Va that much anymore, stagger time. Sleeper.
Oh.
Now Charger. Bop it.
Yeah,
Twist it.
Yeah, I was exactly what I was thinking. It's like, bop it. I was like, I'm glad we're on the same page here. If Bop It was played with D.Va screams, then yes.
Well, Train does go down late, getting very aggressive here. I'm not sure how much I like this so far back. They will get the kills that they need, but using ults defensively when you have to hold for another 330, and now the kills are coming back the other direction to go down for Immortals. Have to be careful to not lose anything more.
I think this is okay here for Immortals. They should be reset up. The question is, if Nomi is back, he was the last one to die. Should be back onto the point here in just a moment. So, yeah, they didn't lose anything from that, although it might have been a little bit worse. Here comes LG Evil again. Nano boost in onto Vol. That's going to be the whole hog. Clearing space. The counter graviton in from the defense, but gets nothing. There's no fall through because of the whole hog. Vol countering that pretty effectively. 4-1 in favor of LG Evil. And Immortals not even able to maintain control on the point. This has gone from bad to worse here for Immortals, Hex, because this was the map they should have won. This is the map that LG Evil has struggled on all throughout the OCS, but they pick up their first assault win here, and suddenly Immortals, just to keep things alive, has to find a way now to win on control. Far easier said than done.
I said that a tie wouldn't have been good enough. A loss, definitely not. I don't think they were prepared for Jake's McCree. I wasn't prepared. We were not prepared.
Well, there is a reason why you do see that Illidan spray everywhere. I'm just sad this wasn't the Electric Cowboy double roll, because that was good.
One of his worst plays of the night right there was play of the match, but that's okay. That's how well he played. He played great all throughout on that McCree, and that was definitely the difference for me.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I am not satisfied with that McCree versus McCree matchup.
No, not enough.
It wasn't even really them versus each other as much. They both had a few things that they did, but I feel like Grim just didn't have the same support behind him. So I guess really taking this apart, how were they able to get second so fast on their first assault?
Electric Cowboy.
Electric Cowboy, right?
On the very first time around, what more can you say? Nomi got flashbang door on the top, and before he could even exclaim, guys, I'm getting focused, he's dead. It was electric, fan, roll, fan, gone. There's really not much more to say. I mean, it was a very nice initiation coming out here from the side of LG Evil, and clearly it caught Immortals off guard, and frankly, caught the cast a little bit off guard too, that it was that effective.
When McCree's getting supported like that, he becomes a terror, and I talk a lot about time to kill. One of the only heroes with a better time to kill would be a Widowmaker, but you get flashbangs and headshots on most heroes, they're dead. Fan for the big ones. Fan used to be more powerful, if you remember that back in the day, but he was living in the defense matrix. He was living inside the defense matrix. They couldn't get any kills on him. They worked so well together, and yeah, it was just flash and roll, headshots. He wasn't missing much.
I just had my head in the clouds there for a moment, thinking of a pre-nerf Fan the hammer combined with original nano boost.
Oh God.
That's what I'm saying.
This is what keeps the
Vegan Tank
casters
would never
up
be
late at
saved.
night.
Like, he'd be Tank going, no. Please.
Well, and it seemed like Nami was getting focused a lot, and we asked this a little bit about Messer, I think, in the previous game. But is that just Nami's out of position? Is he not getting the support? Is it really just good focus fire from their opponents? Like, what's going on here?
He's the only tank, and he's the only thing that's going to stop McCree from doing whatever they want. So they take him out. Then McCree's sitting on the high ground, and yes, he can get hooked or something like that. Well, they were running a Roadhog, so it wasn't the only tank, but he's the only effective shielding. So when you get the shield down, and that's always been the pivotal war between a McCree and a Reinhardt. Can the shield go down? Then I can win.
I think it's symptomatic of the fact that we have been seeing Immortals run different compositions compared to the last patch, certainly. But I don't think there's any getting away from the part where Nomi has definitely been having weaker games over the past 2 weeks. He's been dying first in a lot of these team fights throughout even today. You can't have that happen that consistently as a tank. I think teams have been keying in on the fact that he's been going in a little bit over aggro and punishing him for it. Even on the defense there where they were diving into the spawn point, who's the one person that dies as they're backing up? Nomi. So I think it's a mixture of things. I think it's part their shot calling. I think it's part how much support Nomi is getting. And it's also Nomi not adapting to these things and going, well, wait, every time we do this, I die. Maybe I need to not go in as much. I need to change what's going on. But he has been getting focused down early quite a bit.
It does seem like they're having a hard time finding themselves, if that makes any sense. I mean, they picked up May on second point, trying to make that work. That clearly did not work. I think we saw a few seconds of delay, but didn't get any key walls. Certainly didn't have enough time to get Blizzard up. Then they're like, well, I guess we'll pull McCree off on the second point. And we saw how that worked in the end. McCree needs a certain amount of space, that mid-level of space to work. And once the rest of his team died, he had to get on the point, but it was too late. And they're multiple issues.
I'll kick this dead horse while it's down, but who was playing Maid? It was hyped. How was their other McCree successful, living in a diva matrix? Would have been nice if Grimm was able to live in the matrix.
Yeah. And I'm not going to touch that reference there. That's a little bit better than the Great Gatsby as far as timelines go.
I mean, none of my references are good. You worked with me 2 weeks now. You should understand this.
I don't know. I like them. Okay?
I mean, when you're living in
Sometimes
Diva's defensive matrix, you don't have to dodge bullets.
Oh, wow.
See, he's so
That's
much funnier than I am.
good.
It's
Holy
tragic.
cow. I am impressed, actually.
We planned that. Planned it. I totally set that up for that.
Clearly.
Yeah. This is all rehearsed, okay? It's just like... Anyway, so we are going to be moving along to Control Point. Immortals picking this one, and they're picking Oasis. What have we seen from them on Oasis?
This has been the most predictable map draft ever. Oasis,
Seriously?
Yeah, and it should actually worry them that if we're picking it up, other teams are obviously picking it up. Oasis is the only control map they've ever won, period, in this tournament. But
Yeah.
You're going up against Hammers. They're really good on control. You just failed to put Hammers away on Assault, which they've been historically weak on. Good luck, Immortals.
And they did pretty well last time, okay? They brought it to 5 rounds. And I think they even got up 2 maps early. But then there was the epic Train versus... It was the Widow matchup, Train versus Grim Reality, and then the rest of LGE just kind of cleaned up on the Ruin stage. This is a lot of recall coming back here. I'm just so used to making all these references to pop culture, and I'm like, oh yeah, Overwatch. I got to remember that
it's
too.
not even pop culture. It's like 20-year-old culture.
Formerly
Not even
known
culture.
as pop culture. But yeah, we're coming into Oasis, and I mean, maybe they feel better about this because they can let their solo carries just like work a little bit more. They don't have to worry as much about the planning and coherent plays because they have not been strong in those areas.
I think coming into Oasis here, if there is a path to victory for Immortals, it probably begins and ends with Agilities. When they have done well on control, it comes off Agilities having a monster game. I'm not saying that's a good thing to have to rely on here, but when you're going up against a team that's on the other end of the spectrum in control map success, they're probably going to need that and a bit more. But it's difficult because clearly everyone on the LG Evil squad has been playing quite well. So... And you look at Immortals here through 2 maps, have definitely had issues. So we'll see where things land.
You think about where players would be on Oasis and Oasis different stages, it would be Grim usually on the high ground in every single one of these. And why Agilities has to step up is because the person joining them on the high ground has been trained every single time. They're getting very well acquaintanced, much of the chagrin of Grim Reality. He's been in his face entirely. So that has always been the plan against Immortals, in my opinion. LG Evil has done it better than most, so a lot of the burden absolutely falls on Agilities. Failing that, maybe Hyped if he's on a third DPS, but it is kind of all on Agilities. Through no fault of Grim's own, they've just been focusing him very hard.
Yeah, I really want to see Grim on Tracer this time to give him a little bit more ability. He has been struggling to find his stride. And honestly, the meta doesn't even necessarily favor the McCree. He's had a little bit of success on Soldier as well, but I think on Oasis, I'd like to see him on that. Agilities, maybe, I mean, Hog or Genji, depending on how he's feeling. And then I really think Hyped, just do what you've done best. Play the diva. Just play the disruptive diva in this one. Try to shut down the opposing damage players, and then let the rest of your team do what they do best. And hopefully they do that, I guess, is the main thing.
Grim on Tracer would also allow him to avoid the diva. I think that should be priority one for him. He can actually get away from a diva.
Yes and no. On one hand, you're getting away from the diva, but if you saw in this, Train was more than willing to just be in Grim's general area, and then at that point you're almost playing some form of zone defense where
Right.
just, well, I might not be able to get on Grim directly, but I can get on the targets he's trying to get on, throw down the Matrix, and make his life very miserable. So it is interesting the obstacles that Grim has had to work around here, certainly. Teams have been making it rough for him.
Well, you know what? We've been theory crafting a little bit, but reality is upon us as Oasis is upon us, and LG Evil, they're up 2-0 in the series, looking to make the halfway point undefeated for themselves. Immortals, they're up against a wall, 2-2 right now. They are on the verge of either going negative or positive in their win-loss ratio, and they are going to have to win right here on Oasis.
LG Evil looking to go undefeated. Of course, if you're just joining us, that is a team formerly known as Hammers Esports. Just announced today that they will be flying under the LG Evil flag. Looking very good, looking to 3-0 Immortals, which if you would have told me that 2 weeks ago, I would have not necessarily believed it, but that's how good Hammers, now LG Evil, has been. And they're only getting better, which should frighten teams.
They were going to name them LG Hammer, but then they realized that might put them too close to MC Hammer, who, as we all know, was a one-hit wonder. So you don't want that to be your esports team.
Well, too legit something. I'm done with that. All right, anyway, so they're coming in. Grim Reality is going to be on that Tracer, which is very good for them. What do we want to go? 4 tanks for LG Evil coming in. That was their classic style early on. Nomi takes his anger out on Super right into the wall.
That was a paradigm shift for Nomi. Usually it's the other way around, at least has been tonight. But because of that, Super's out of the fight immediately, giving lots of room to Grim Reality as he picks up 2. So Immortals coming out strong here on the University in Oasis. They're going to get that first cap.
Could not have asked for a better opening for Immortals right there, and perhaps that's the adjustment they made. Make Nomi play a little more aggressive. If you're being aggressed upon, we will back your plays, whatever they may be. Grim Reality trying to get some poke damage going around the side, gets plenty of it. Blinks out, is safe so far. Super takes down Nomi. We have Ryan games in full effect.
Oh, Super immediately in there for the revenge, and Grim is so close to getting the pick up on the Vol. Does not happen, and suddenly everything going right the other way. 6v4 in favor. Jake going to be taking the tumble down into the recesses of the library. Needed some remedial reading, perhaps, but does find Hyped and coming back. Makes it a double kill effectively with that last hook. And LG Evil striking right back. Immortals control short-lived.
I do feel like the library lower level is underutilized. Like, I think Tracers can play in there. I think knocking someone into there is good. It gives you at least a temporary 4v5. Of course, not the boop off the edge of the map, but evening up now as that is another huge hook, takes down Hype. Immediately they have to back out.
Well, Jake right now is just crushing souls. Had a great last fight and basically stopped this next fight from even happening. Immortals just taking the reverse option there of the 2.
That's what you get for making Roadhog try to read. He comes back angry, hitting hooks right there.
And literate.
Angry and literate, the worst combination of things to be. Grim is up top, and Trying to get some poke done. Still, the initiation has not quite been there. Nomi steps in, then backs out. Whole Hog is forced out, though. He's going to try to come around into that grab, getting damage done, but that's a nice Earth Shatter response.
Nomi's Earth Shatter going to keep everyone alive in the Graviton, but the fight is not over yet. 5v5 here in the back. Train going to fall early on as Nomi picks up 2. The Nano Boost doing its duty here and supporting him through. A much better round here for Nomi thus far, and yet, Bull still on this point. Not going to be able to live for too long, but at least will stall things up. And no, he gets healed by Ana. It is Rob 420 coming back into this fight. He keeps full up. Is he going to live? He does live. He gets to the back line. That is ridiculous. And as a result, LG Evil maintains control of this point.
Horrifying, and now he's back looking for vengeance as Ghostbusters continue to battle each other. Train's getting very low, but Jake takes down Grim in this fight. Now back and forth as Agility is able to equalize that. They all hit nades. This has been the Zarya show. A huge grab goes off.
Well, the Graviton, that is decisive. The Graviton just cleaving through everyone. Nomi there at the follow through. Hyped, coming alive, but for the side of Immortals, they really should have had that earlier, Hex.
Should have had it earlier, and it's going to mean that the next fight that LG Evil wins, if they win another fight, will very likely be the stage. However, this stage gets very brawly at times, so difficult to find decisive. Another big hook, but the bubble is going to save. A counter grab in right now, not necessarily clean up. Everyone is out of it. Very, very back and forth, 4v4 right now.
Well, it is 4v4 in this fight, Jake. Pretty poked down here. In fact, most of LG Evil pretty low, so the odds of them retaking this somewhat rough. Everyone on Immortals, by comparison, very much healed up, so LG Evil gonna have to back out. They'll still get another good attempt at this one. Assuming that they disengage in some way. They carried that on way too long.
It's a map that teams seem to dislike disengaging from. Suppose once you're in the university, you would like to stay there. Jake trying to get some poke damage in. He will wait for the rest of his team. The last fight of this stage, very likely incoming. Nomi's got Earth Shatter.
Timing's very important here. This is where LG Evil, they might not know it, but they only have a small window before Graviton is out, and a Big Bang is going to be on the menu. So they need to get pick-up immediately here into this fight. Jake, Dragon Blade coming in here, but the Graviton is in from Immortals. Will it do enough? They don't have the immediate fall through there. Jake is already taken down 2, so this is going to be very close in the end. But Agilities and Grim still up and alive. They're going to murder Jake right where he stands. And Immortals pulling things back here on the University, taking round number 1 away from LG Evil.
Grim had a great round, also hyped, playing his Zarya very well there, which is a question we had. He had a great Zarya round.
I mean, for me, my focus is simply Nomi. We talked about it pretty actively going into it, but Nomi's had some rough showings, all in all, but that was a much stronger round for him. Started out by taking on Super, had good plays, had a great Earth Shadow to stop Graviton from winning the round outright. So, yes, I did like what we saw from Nomi there.
It's hard to predict comms or things like that, but it did seem like they let him off the leash a little bit. Go play whatever. You want to charge aggressively. You want to use Earth Shatters. We will back the plays that you're making. And it seemed like he was definitely making some more plays. We do a disconnect. That's why we're paused here, waiting for one of the members of Immortals to get back.
So, they don't want to do a 5v6? Like, you know, you're coming off a pretty big point victory at the very least. You know, you're not feeling good?
Sometimes you need to activate hard mode. That's
Yeah,
just
right,
that's how it
exactly,
goes.
yeah.
Right, where you do want to take the 5v6 because why not?
Yeah, so it seems like it is Agilities with some PC issues, and he certainly was a contributing factor for their victory. Grim on Tracer as well. We talked about it a little bit before. Let's compare that to their opponents. Jake was on the Roadhog there for a bit. Compare that matchup. I mean, how did they vary in their impact?
I actually don't really agree with Jake swapping off the Roadhog. I thought it started out pretty strong there, and the Genji had less effect. I think they didn't leave him on the Roadhog nearly long enough.
I don't necessarily know who his targets were supposed to be when he did switch over to the Genji. They're not running a very squishy composition. I suppose Athan, but of all the supports, I'd try to 1v1. Ana, first of all, wouldn't be one of them. Athan on Ana definitely would not be one of them.
Yeah, but in looking at this Immortals team, just on that one point, because there's still plenty of Oasis left to be played, I'm wondering, why aren't these scrappy fights working out for them on other maps? You know, they are looking very strong in these segmented, high-velocity fights, and yet they're just struggling on these other points and other maps in similar circumstances.
Don't forget that Control, though, has high variance as well, and if you take a look at the totality of that map, overall, LG Evil was in the driver's seat for longer than Immortals were. Immortals were able to bring it back. It was a better showing for them. I'm not convinced that that really is proof that they're better on Oasis than other things. I mean, I think that worked out. I think that's too close to say that they defeated their demons. I mean, it's great that they got the round victory there, but we've seen LG Evil crush hopes and dreams and Control before.
Yeah, well, and honestly, I think if I'm looking back, Immortals has had strong early showing on control point maps. I think they probably have won almost every single of the first points, and multiple times they've gone 2 and then reverse swept in these series. So it's certainly not in the bag, although it's a good start for them. But the only other thing I think we should talk about is, actually, you know, we'll talk about it later. Build up that suspense. I'll let you guys take it away again.
Well, we are back in. Get on the Aethan there. Aethan able to get away at the very end. And there's the Grauton Hype is looking for. Pulls in 2, but it's going to be met with the sound barrier. Both teams dropping the beat as Jake just looking for a target here. Coming up a little bit dry, but meanwhile, this is still time that LG Evils control the point hacks.
They've never been comfortable going in because of all the pressure put on the supports in the backline. Speaking of that pressure, Rob goes down to Grim. Grim also takes down a Vast. No supports alive for LG Evil.
LG Evil gonna have to stay on here with grit, determination, and a little bit of Roadhog special something. Whatever you want to call it. Jake still coming in off the flank, so despite being down supports, they're able to keep the zone relatively out, Hex, and they're about to even things up 67 to 67.
He's been playing very far away from those hooks since Agility's caught him early on, and now he's found a little perch that doesn't even require him to use fuel up there. That is going to be a barrage, and that is going to be a hook. Able to get out, though, gets boosted to stay alive.
The nano boost keeps Jake in, and Nano Fair, I'm surprised I don't see it more, but he's in on the back, landing good rockets from behind, being a distraction. And while this is going on, 5v5 on the point. Route 420 has died, though, so the healing for LG Evil going to be less. And Nomi picks up 3. This has clearly been a different Nomi here thus far here, Hex, but might be too little too late in a sense, because even if they win this fight, which is not guaranteed, as Train is bringing it right back, they're going to be up against 99%.
Very true. Vol will go down. Train also not long for this world, as they might even try to stagger him, though Agilities finds himself at the business end of Super's hammer, still at 99%. And it does seem like, wow, that is a huge rocket, takes down Aethan. Yeah, they want to fight this.
Ethan tried to jump over that, did not quite work out in his favor. 4v4 right now on the point. Jake, though, no pressure on him, looking for another support. Adds it to his tally. Down goes Verbo. And this has been pretty good here from the side of LG Evil. They're able to stall out, get the reinforcements, and Hyped not able to extend the point.
Got the grab. Did not get his feet on that ground, which is so important. No answers for Jake in the latter half of that. Once he played out of Agility's effective range, he never took any significant damage afterward.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. I really like Nano Pharah. I wish teams would run it more often because not only is Pharah doing a lot of damage with every single rocket, but you're also getting rid of one of her, or many primary ways of killing her is that she's squishier with the bigger hitbox, but you're not going to one-shot her off a hook with Nano Boost. You're not going to do a lot of things to take her down easily, so I wish teams would run that a little bit more.
It's a great combination with Barrage as well. As time and again, we've mentioned that her vulnerability during Barrage is unrivaled in this game. You're a stationary target playing against people with great aim.
Well, I never know what Justice reigns from, Hex, because we never hear the final word. It's Justice reigns from where?
Something.
From Anubis? I don't know. Check my best guess.
Anubis has no reign. Anyway, Jake's going to stay on this Pharah, and why not? They've given him no reason not to. Now focusing him down more with the Ana. They've switched over. Grim is going to be on the 76. That is a direct response to the Pharah, but using the architecture to his advantage, dancing around, getting free poken. A nice little knockback going to push them off a little bit. There is a flanker going in on them, but Grim ends up eating his own rocket. That is a huge kill early in this fight, as now who's going to even contest the Pharah? Hook also on cooldown.
Delicious, nutritious, deadly. That's a Helix rocket for you in a nutshell. Jake coming in over the top, just landing good rockets to keep Immortals zoned out here. Hasn't gained the 1-2 to get a kill, but it's still clearly affecting Immortals as they're positioning and having the back far, far away from this. And meanwhile, LG Evil has the point.
It's so much damage. Ethan can't even really show his face without eating a rocket. The angle is such that Jake's been able to put down a lot of great damage there. A hook is going to come in onto Zarya, so that means Jake's going to try to go clean it up. Not quite yet, though. Still untouched in the sky. That is a Zarya who has boost on her, so maybe not the most ideal target. Look at this Diva save onto Jake.
Jake getting his bacon saved from the Bacon Man himself in Agilities. He's going to go down, and now Jake gets a second go here at Zarya in over the top. Very back and forth here as the stage of Oasis generally is, but Jake finding a way through, picks up Verbo towards the end, almost picks up a double there, and 44% 2-0 right now. LG Evil in a dominating spot.
We talk about pocket healers keeping Pharahs alive. His pocket diva has done work for him. Train, you're not always seeing it necessarily, but he has eaten so much damage intended for Jake, made him a real issue to try to take down out of the sky. Give Train the credit for keeping Jake alive over the last minute.
All right, so for LG Evil right now, we do have 3 ults left already. Hyped going to be looking for this early Graviton. Hasn't dropped it here just yet, but does drop it finally. Gonna pull in 3 there, but they're well protected. Hyped only coming up with 1, ends up eating the hook from Vol and the barrage. The hook was just to hold him in place. And look at this flank here from Vol. No one's on him. That is a deadly scrap gun. And though it's back and forth, Agility's trying to bring it back in. Grim Reality takes a rocket directly up the rear here from Jake, and he's still in it, gets the long-range hook on the Agilities, takes out both DPS for the side of Immortals, and LG Evil holds on.
Jake still mostly untouched in the sky. Everyone eats so much damage on the way in that they cannot engage on the ground level at all. They just give that up for free?
We'll see. I mean, now they have to stand the point. They can't have what happened last round happen again. Do or die here. Grim coming in off the flank. Tac Visor moving in. Ends up losing the Tac Visor without getting much from it kill-wise here. 5v5 on the point, and Jake does hit the mark. Takes out his counter in Grim Reality. 4v4 here. Immortals fighting for their lives.
Hyped is going to eat a giant shot from Vol as they've taken to the sky to try to deal with Jake. Agility's trying to do so. Oddly enough, when they won Oasis, it was Agilities who had a great game on his own. Pharah, they don't have the answers, so Agilities gets hunted down by Train.
Desperation in progress here. This is where they just have to get people on the point, period. Jake now playing goalie in over the top, just keeping Ethan away from the point. And we will see Grim on the point. He takes a rocket to the feet. Goodbye. Good night. He's already out of this. And a Justice with authority coming from behind. Jake with that final barrage. And that is going to give the round to the side of LG Evil. A lot of Jake and Bake going on there.
I think you just gave him his new Twitter handle, if at all possible. Jake, we'll follow you on Twitter. Jake and Bake. Solid stuff. But in all seriousness, they had no answer for him. No answer at all. Even with Grim on the 76, he was getting poked down too hard. And meanwhile, you're focusing all that effort on Jake. There's 5 other guys on LG Evil who can make you have a terrible day, and they're doing just that. I've been so impressed with Train back on his diva roots. He's kept Jake alive in a lot of different circumstances where he should have died.
In general, the thing about LG Evil is that while they have great individual play, the teamwork is second to none, and that's how you have players like Super that back in 4 tank meta were able to live under crazy diving circumstances. But next fight here underway, of course, we're back into the university. This is where Immortals started off with a round win. We'll see if they're able to do it here once more. Knowing though, not opening up with an early pick on the Super like he did before. Of course, as I said that, hook comes in, Super's going to fall. We'll see if Jake can work his miracles here once more.
I gotta say, Verbo's got to be getting tired of Jake. He seems to be the first target every time on that list when there are not other supports. Oh, but there's another support. There goes Ethan. Jake bringing his team back from the brink. They all chime in on those kills. First capture goes to LG Evil.
And there is a difference here, of course. Jake, the first time around here, was on the Roadhog, then swapped Genji. The Pharah is something that LG Evil has yet to have a good response for. And we do see Grim now no longer on Tracer on the 76, clearly having Jake in mind for the swap up here. Anything to ground the Pharah at this point.
He's playing so conservatively, though, not letting himself get into great effective range, and then when he does see a chance, he goes in. That is a hook onto Vol. That's a nice first pick as Grim Reality finishes him off.
And now Jake, we'll see if he can make the crazy flank play happen again. Coming in, gets on the gnome immediately, but that barrage goes absolutely nowhere. Didn't have the support for it as Grim just slowly picking apart the remainder of the LG Evil squad. But 40% to 0 here, Hex. They gotta be feeling pretty good about where they're at.
Uncharacteristic play from Jake as I just praise him for his conservative nature of Pharah going 1v5 into a barrage. Not necessarily going to work out. Maybe if he had his diva with him, it could have helped him out a bit. But now Jake, off of the Pharah, is going to switch onto McCree. We've seen how great he can be on McCree, too.
Well, Grim perhaps going to get a taste of his own medicine here, going to have to deal with shadows of his former self, back in a life where he drank whiskey in a saloon. I don't know, back whatever cowboys do.
I think they work on ranches.
Well, that's the more standard approach now, isn't it? That's not a gunslinger. This is a gunslinger. Jake coming back in from the back line. It's up to him here to take on Grim or Ethan, and he's not able to finish those kills. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hype grabs on Surge, pulling in 3. Agility's able to take down Diva immediately. 3-1, 4-1 in favor of Immortals, and that comes down to Jake there. Hex, he wasn't able to finish off that final kill there in the back, and he had the potential of taking both Grim and Ethan. If he does, it's a much different fight.
The tragic thing about it right there was they weren't even looking at him. He had free shot after free shot and was unable to complete them, like you said. Oh, no. That is a Helix rocket to the toes. Does not feel very good. Why are they still coming out now?
I think they're just bamboozled. They don't really know what's going on after that. But we'll see if Jake stays in the McCree. Is looking like he's going to stick with it. Really one more solid fight here from LG Evil with how slow they've been setting up. So must-win fight coming up for them here in a second on this round. And a lot's going to come down the train here. We'll see if the self-destruct will hit pay dirt.
Train can come in over top. Jake will also have a Deadeye incoming as they look to combo themselves together. They do find Grim out there, unable to finish as the Bionade goes down. Grim takes out Jake in this most stylish way possible, but that opens it up for the rest of LG Evil to come in on the point.
I think Jake's okay with that trade as both their bodies just fly into the abyss together. Flashing Soldier streaking through the night sky, but Guildy's now looking to bring this back. Hook in from the top. Hog on high action, but Train going to take the initiative there. Train and Vol pushing it right back here for LG Evil, and Hex, they are going to retake this point. And now they have to win about, maybe I'd say 2 fights to win the round and win the series. So Immortals in more of a hot seat than they might have expected.
I'd like to see Super set up where he was in the corner, waiting for them to come in, and hopefully get your team to bait in and then get a giant Earth Shatter. generally what you're looking for when you put a Reinhardt in the corner. But of course, the other team, when they don't see that shield around, knows what's up. So just going to play really standard. They do let Nomi come in here and get some swings. Look for the flashbang, has missed it. Look for the Earthshatter, missed that too.
Well, some shields just got ulted there as Jake looking for the flank, can't commit to it. Meanwhile, finds Agilities instead as Immortals coming in. 65 opportunity. Agilities is opening the door with his Roadhog play here. Super getting on to Nomi, so it's back and forth, but Agility still at full HP. Looking for another hook, it connects, finds his opposing number, but barely getting saved in time. The Zarya shield keeping him alive for just a moment, but it's gonna be Grim here. Nano boost on the way. Here comes Sacrifice, sleeping, what a sleep! Grim, not gonna be as much of a factor here, but he is getting protected. Healed up here by Ethan. The threat of the ultimate is down, but Train still in this fight as respawns are starting to come back in.
That was one of the best darts you will ever see. So crucial right there. Train is going to be out of his mech and then shot down, but that does buy time for Super to at least come in. They are staggering onto this point. Here comes Vol trying to get back in there. They got some big bodies there. They need picks early on. Earthshatter doesn't hit either, but that's Grim with the headshots. They should be able to flip it back over. They do. Desperation time. Going to be too desperate for LG Evil as Immortals, at least very good on that stage.
Immortals clearly has more of a code crack there. And conversely for LG Evil, they were really swapping around their compositions quite a bit. Starting on the Pharah, then getting off the Pharah, going to McCree when the 76 swap up came into play.
Jake was over-aggressive in a lot of different ways on the Pharah early on. Even his McCree was trying to roll through backline, which obviously wasn't punished as much as it should have been, but then he didn't take advantage of it when he should have. I think he may have died a little too often, maybe playing with his team a little closer, but...
Grim confronted the shadow of his past and defeated that McCree in the last round. He has taken his power, and now he has assumed the mantle of McCree for himself here, Hex.
Man, this Grim guy sounds terrifying. Anyway, he is. He's going to be on McCree instead. Again, Nomi also with another really good game. This is where Jake ran wild on his Pharah, which is likely why you're seeing the blind pick of McCree from Grim right now. He does have him in his sights. 1, 2, not enough to finish him off as they will take the high ground. He's behind his D.Va again. So far, no eliminations for either side.
Grim had the opening to take out Jake there, and unfortunately was pushed right back. Jake getting healed up. And you take a look at the damage between both teams. Immortals is slightly losing the poke board here, but Super gets caught out in a hurry. Suddenly, it shifts immediately. Agilities and Grim Reality exploding. 4 unanswered kills. And just like that, LG Evil loses their positioning, loses their poke advantage, and loses the point.
Super is getting focused much in the way Nomi was getting focused previously. Jake now off of the Pharah onto the McCree. This was the battle I wanted to see in pregame. We'll see if it comes to fruition.
It might be a tropical area, but it might as well be high noon at the corral right now because Vol coming in, taking down Agilities. Jake, though, on the Nomi, so 2 quick kills here. But where's our Cowboy versus Cowboy matchup? Jake gonna take the first one ahead to shot to Grim Reality's head. He's immediately out of there. And as a result, LG Evil going to retake this point in short order.
See where they want to hold. They're generally a more aggressive team, but I think they're just going to rotate top. That is exactly what they're going to do. Jake is going to hit his hello game on. It's been on point for sure. He's going to be behind both tanks, and now we've got McCree's behind Reinhardt's poking at each other. That's about where we stand right now. 20% for LG Evil, as it looks like they're trying to get back on the point. Jake, again, very far out here.
This is questionable. Very questionable as Jake is fighting himself out in the middle of nowhere. But while they were chasing Jake, Train and Vol were able to come in through the front, so the McCree bait has worked, and he's not even dead. Wait, Jake, you did get the help.
Now he wants to help his healers. Totally intentional.
That is actually, you're right, that is intentional. That's a case where, you're right.
I don't know if it was or not.
No, I think that actually was the reason. I mean, it's extra ult charge. You're not, I don't think he just ignored the help for no reason. Does go for the flashbang in onto the Zarya. Doesn't get it immediately. 2 knockdowns off the Earthshatter, but the counter grab is out. We'll see if the fall through is there for Immortals. Doesn't look like it is, as Jake coming back in finds Ethan with Super. And this room turning into a party room in short order.
The way you use party room is how I use the term slaughterhouse. It's very, very different. But yeah, you're right. That was not the follow through they wanted on the Graviton, unless your follow through was going to be a M1 Ana.
Pax, I was thinking about inviting you to a party this weekend.
I'm going to be busy. I have things to do. I'm going to be out of town.
We live in the same place.
Oh, God. All right.
The party's at the actually where we're living.
Jake on the high ground with Deadeye trying to pull off the highest of noons. 81% now for LG as they try to close out. They win this fight. They very likely win the stage and series.
Deadeye coming in over the top. Jake looking for the happy low skulls. Doesn't get it immediately, but doesn't even need it as it's trained, making the most of his distraction. 3 kills here coming in from LG Evil. 95% on the verge of winning the series decisively in a 3-0 fashion, and they do just that. The delay does not come in from Immortals, and LG Evil in a very strong showing. Their first series played under the LG moniker, and it's a good one.
Well, the highlight was definitely Nomi for Immortals. He turned it on during some of these stages. We're going to see him charge through right now, but can't say enough about LG Evil. They've only dropped 3 maps, I think, this entire tournament. They've dropped 0 sets, currently undefeated in the Overwatch Carbon series.
At 5-0, no less. Halfway to a completely undefeated season. Can they do it?
Unless there's an Eli Manning waiting for him in the playoffs. Yeah, how do you like it?
Oh, it feels bad.
I mean, really, it's my family ties there. I think even if my dad doesn't watch you on Like Cast much, but if he did, you just sent a dagger through his heart.
I'm sorry.
Get some
sorry,
hate mail.
sorry, Papa ZP.
Yeah, you get some Papa CP hate mail. Speaking of mail, it sounds like my party invite maybe got lost in the mail, so...
Oh, you're invited, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
To show up.
That's good. Okay, here we go. Well, there was a party on Oasis. It went to all 5. But really, it seemed like, as we expected, IMT was unable to pull it through. And so they remain winless on those maps. So no control maps for them. But we got the Grim versus Grim matchup. Was it everything we hoped it would be?
The Grim versus Jake matchup was everything I hoped for it to be. I think it's not necessarily fair because I think that Jake does get a ton of support, and Jake just living with a horseshoe on him at some point because he got lucky in some situations.
Well, yeah, that last part there where he's in the back, almost cloak of invisibility, just runs right out. You almost needed the old school cartoon sound effects of, just running away quickly. But I will say this. You're right on one front, and there's also another thing I would like to elaborate on. Not only is Jake getting more support in that case, but Jake is not the threat that Grim Reality has seemed to be. We've seen teams really go out of their way to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Grim. Jake is afforded more room. So Jake had a very good game as a McCree. I don't necessarily hold that against Grim Reality for the reasons you just brought up.
We would almost need to have, and I'm not hinting at anything, the teams to agree to a 1v1 show match. To really know. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. But that's really the only circumstance where you could objectively say that one of them.
Well, honestly, in Overwatch, it doesn't matter 1v1 because it's how you're playing with your team and how you're picking your moments and effectively. So if we just want that's why it's a team-based game. You look at their team records, then you'd have to say, yeah, Jake got the better of it. They just 3-0'd Immortals.
We're going to have to tabulate then a whole bunch of statistics.
Right.
I mean, I don't know what other way we can do it.
So the thing that worries me a little bit here for Immortals, I mean, it's, again, you could take the upside here or the downside. I think I will choose to take both, in fact, is that for Immortals, there is a worrying downward trend where you can make the argument that this meta has not been anywhere near as kind to them as the previous meta. Conversely, you take a look at Hammers and now LG Evil, and you think about their history where people thought they'd be weaker going into this, but if anything, they've been gaining in strength. And it's exciting to watch. So Immortals, I think, clearly needs to figure out some answers to the questions that are plaguing them and how they want to run some of these maps. Meanwhile, LG Evil, I do wonder what their limit is because I feel like they've just been rising on a week-to-week basis.
We talk about versatility on an individual level, and then on a team level, they continue to impress me every time. The moment I think there's a hero that they can't run or would be weaker on against a certain team, they run it. They run whatever comp they want. And then you had Vol playing a very nice Roadhog. You had Train going back to Diva, which he ran, of course, when they ran 4-tank metas, and he stayed on it exclusively almost all night just to shut down Grim. They have players who can run everything. They're comfortable in every composition. Again, they're a scary team.
Yeah, I really can't wait till we see Renegades maybe play against them because, LG Evil has yet to really see any opposition. Well, let's take a look at the standings then as it shakes out after nearly halfway through the event. It's halfway through for LG Evil as they stand atop our list of teams at 5-0, as we had mentioned. Renegades falling short behind them. Now, Renegades have not played against LG Evil yet, so they still have 2 games against them, but they are right now at 3-1. Complexity, they are now above Immortals, or relatively close there anyway, at 2-2. They have the potential to win tomorrow against this LG Evil team to gain the advantage against Immortals, but the bottom 4 teams are all very close now as LG Loyal and Team Liquid round out the bottom at 1-4. So looking at the standings there and looking at the matches that are going to be coming up, is LG Evil going to take it all? Can Renegades pull it back at all?
I was actually going to say, I think the Renegades part there is a little bit deceiving. I think teams are figuring out Renegades more as time goes on. It might be 3-1, but on face value, I look at that and wonder if it's somewhat of a weak 3-1. I feel like Renegades has potential to drop maps to most of the other teams that are in here. So if Renegades is able to hold on the second firmly, I will be a little bit surprised.
I think coming up this week, and maybe we'll show it, that we have LG Evil versus Complexity, which I would like to see as Complexity started 0-2 and now 2-2, of course, had solidified their roster. But also, Immortals should be terrified that Liquid won, because now the bottom of that doesn't look so set. 1-4, 1-4, 2-3. Those are only maps apart. And as you mentioned, the downward trend of Immortals should be worrying. Liquid looked a little better. I don't know about LG Loyal, but it looks not as clear, very much lower. But right now, you can't say anything without sounding foolish than LG Evil. It's theirs to lose.
Well, the omen that's particularly not great here for Immortals is that if you think about it for a second, LG Loyal is now in very last place because the tiebreaker between them and Team Liquid would go to Team Liquid. So you think about it for Immortals, they dropped a series in particularly devastating fashion, the reverse sweep, to that team earlier on. So if there's any warning sign of, wow, we really need to patch our holes in quickly, because Immortals came in as the favorites, as sort of the reigning champions of the last major Overwatch event, and they've shown a lot of weakness here thus far. And again, part of it is adapting, but they have the potential to be a number 1 team of the teams involved here, but they haven't really shown it over OCS play here so far.
Yeah, speaking of OCS play so far, one thing that we didn't see at all today is Bastion. Is this something where teams are still scrimming on it, or has it fallen out?
Hard to say if it was ever figured out to begin with, is what I would say there. And the other thing, too, is that I'm not sure teams have the incentive to really put a lot of time into it, knowing of what is coming soon based on the PTR, where you're going to have a new hero in soon in Orisa, and most likely Bastion is going to be nerfed as a result of what's on the PTR right now. So I think that would be a discouraging factor of teams where why would you spend a lot of time on Bastion in his current form when you do know he's getting a sizable nerf relatively soon?
I also don't think teams love fighting on it because there's very little comeback potential of once you crack that Bastion and it's down, now you've got 4 or 5 other people on heroes they don't necessarily want to be playing, whereas if you're running 2-3 DPS and you lose 2 people early in a fight, you can still win that fight. It's not the case when you're running a Bastion.
Yeah, it's almost, I feel like because we talk a lot about hero plays and like Genji and Tracer being in vogue, and Pharah to some extent as well, is these are heroes that can make plays that immediately turn things in your favor. And while Bastion can do that, it's not that you're doing it based on skill. You're doing it based on the team working around it, which I guess isn't necessarily not skill, but it's not like, you're flashing, going in and getting some amazing plays where you can get in, get out, and continue to turn things. It's a slowly tipping things back in your favor as soon as you pick up that kill. Yeah, you don't have much after it as far as counterplay goes. What are your thoughts there, ZP? Any final thoughts on that?
Final thoughts, I mean, meta is always evolving, and I think that right now it's interesting because you have this like very tiny dead zone where you're trying to figure out, we just had some recent changes. Well, we have a new hero coming into the mix, which if she is viable and is good, which I'm personally hoping for because I think she's a very skill-based tank based on her primary weapon and some of the cool things that come out there, who knows? The world might be about to change.
And I'll tell you, I would imagine that even if that's not how it's going to change, it's going to continue to change as all of these teams are continuing to learn and evolve as this esport, this game actually is learning and evolving as well. And we're all along for the ride. And the OCS is at least a part of that ride, hopefully. And we want to keep bringing you more Overwatch action. Let's talk about the schedule, the remaining matches that are happening this week. So, first of all, following this broadcast, there will be a rebroadcast on this channel. So, if you missed LG Loyal versus Team Liquid or LG Evil versus Immortals, go ahead and continue to tune in, and you can catch up on all of that action. Also, tune in tomorrow and Wednesday for Complexity versus LG Evil, Team Liquid versus Renegades, and then, of course, LG Classic. LG Loyal is going to be facing off against Complexity, and Immortals are going to round out our week against the Renegades. With that, I'm going to go ahead and leave you all to it. Make sure you're following us on all of our social medias and follow us on our website as well, because that's where the schedule is and all the other goodies that you can learn more about the Overwatch Carbon series. This is Gil Frost signing out once again. We'll see you all tomorrow.